네, 그럼 오프닝 영상과 함께 2022 여성 인권과 평화 국제 컨퍼런스 4부를 시작하겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this video, we'd like to now begin the International Conference on Women's Rights and Peace 2022.
안녕하십니까. 2022
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the International Conference on Women's Rights and Peace 2022. My name is Moonchil. I'll be your moderator today.
네, 2022 여성 인권과 평화 국제
The International Conference on Women's Rights and Peace 2022 is held under the theme of war, colonialism, and violence against women. And we are holding this conference at the Baekbom Kim-gu Museum from yesterday to today. There will be 6 parts going on for the 2-day conference, and we provide the Korean, English, and Japanese interpretations, language service at the YouTube channel. We provide 3 languages interpretation service on site with sign language interpretation services. So please use channel 1 for Korean, 2 for English, and 3 for the Japanese language. Now we'd like to begin part 4, post-Cold War and victim stereotypicality. We have now a moderator seated on the stage, Kwon Hyung-suk, a professor of Jochi University, who teaches at the Faculty of Global Studies, is the moderator today. And our presenter is Kim Hyoungjoong, professor at College of General Education, Seoul Women's University, and also the discussant, Hyeryoung, professor of Daegu Gyeongbuk Institute of Science and Technology. And joining us through video connections, we have Kinoshita Naoko, researcher at the Institute of Social Theory and Dynamics, and discussant Kimura Maki, professor of political science at University College London. I'd like to thank Professor Kimura in particular for joining us at such early hour in the morning, despite the time difference of London and Seoul. Now I'd like to ask the moderator to begin the part. My name is Kwon Hyung-suk. I'm your moderator today. I'm professor of Sophia University, a teacher at the Faculty of Global Studies. It is an honor for me to be the moderator today. I'd like to thank the organizers for making today's conference possible. We are going to deal with the very important subject of the post-Cold War and victim stereotypicality. And we have 2 discussants and 2 discussants, and we can see the term post being used, and also we use the stereotypicality, which is used within these parentheses. And I think this being presented without parentheses in the Korean text. And I would like to say that these signs are very important for us. As you know very well, in the 1990s, the Cold War has come to an end between the East and the West. And that is why we use often the term post-Cold War. And I think that in Korea, I sometimes wonder if this Cold War has ended on the Korean Peninsula. After the Cold War has ended, we use the term post-Cold War. So it's used under the parentheses. I think you can pose it a question on whether the Cold has really ended on the Korean Peninsula by looking at this title of today's session. Many of you may come to agree with my opinion. And also there is an emphasis for the stereotypicality. in the parentheses as well. I think there's so much emphasis for us in that as well. People yearn for the healing after having gone through the pain, and they want the perpetrators to be punished. I don't think they want to be recognized as a stereotypical victim. But who are asking the victims to be presenting themselves in the stereotypical manner? We need to think about who the other is, who the others include. It may be that we may be part of the other in posing this question. As such, the post-Cold War and the victim stereotypicality is a theme, and I think we can develop an idea about the general framework of Part 4 as we try to begin the discussions for Part 4. And I have some housekeeping remarks. We're going to listen to 2 presentations and 2 discussions, and there will be a general discussion to come afterwards. I'd like to ask the audience, particularly those who are seated here at the venue, to actively participate in the Q&A session. Will they open the floor to receive questions from the floor? But I'd like to ask for your kind understanding in advance that we will be able to receive all the questions given the time constraints. Now I would like to introduce Professor Kim Hyoungjoong of the College of General Education, Seoul Women's University. She's going to give us a presentation on Cold War and comfort women, Baebonggi's forgotten life and contested death. She's going to begin a presentation. And now the microphone is yours.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good morning.
방금 소개를
Just as been introduced, I'm Kim Hyoungjoong.
저는 어제 또 하루 종일 이
Yesterday,
자리에서 좀
I
참여를
was with
했었는데요.
everybody
여러
all
발표들을
day long, and I listened to the
모처럼
numerous
굉장히
presentations, and it was a very
지적으로 정서적으로 흥분이
intriguing
된다라고
experience
하는 그런
intellectually
감각을 경험했었습니다.
during that
어제
time
이 자리에
yesterday.
계셨던
And
선생님들
for
그리고
all the
온라인을
presenters and
통해서
audience
참여를 하시는
here and
분들도
also those
그러한
online,
느낌을 좀
I believe you all
받으실 수
share
있지
the same
않았을까
type of
생각을
emotion
합니다.
and
그
perception.
분위기를 이어서
And I hope I
오늘
could
저는
carry on with that momentum and talk about the Cold War and comfort women, Baebonggi's forgotten life and contested death as my presentation.
어제 발표들에서 제시된
In yesterday's presentation, there have been many topics that were suggested, and among them, the silence of women after the violence and its interpretation have been what remained in my mind for the longest. For example, Tomiyama talked about the human and the silence of women after violence. And is it because they cannot speak? Rather, it is an active gesture and struggle in order to survive in their lives. And I remember that interpretation. And Director Park Soonam mentioned that the experience of violence is sometimes difficult to be inoculated, and sometimes there's no other way than to be expressed through language when they are victimized by violence. And in my presentation, I like to talk about the silence of women and human beings after they suffered violence and the power relationship of the reality. And regarding this topic, we remember the keynote speech of Ms. Nastya Krasilnikova, who talked about the Ukraine war and the violence against women during the wartime and how this interconnects with the theories and power struggles of the nation as well as other powers. And I believe that my presentation could be in a similar context. And the power struggle in this reality, I would like to call this a post-colonial Cold War regime mechanism. And I like to talk about the case of Baebonggi, who became silent due to such violence. When we think of the post-colonial Cold War regime, when you hear this word, I believe it's easy to intuitively understand the meaning of this concept. This refers to an institutional and discursive construct established through colonialism that persisted in East Asia after the dissolution of the Japanese Empire in 1945, entangled with the creation of the Cold War order in the region. And
비서구 사이의 열전,
this is about the hot war in the non-Western regime. And this was the basis of the Cold War in that area, in this region, and also the post-Cold War regime after the fall of the Berlin Wall. And this has been requested, this has been called for by many East Asian feminist activists, which have been arguing this concept. Then I'll move on to the story of Baebonggi. Now in Korea, Baebonggi is a familiar figure, especially in 2014 with the translation of the red tile house. It has also been, she has also been introduced through various films and other productions.
그 배봉기님의 삶을 좀
So if we go through the lifelong movement of Ms. Baebonggi, I prepared a map for your easier understanding. She was born in 1914. She was born in Sinnewon, Chungcheongnam-do of colonial Chosun in a farmhouse, and she was born as a second daughter. And Baebonggi was also sent to another family as a future bride and a babysitter. And in 1943, she is offered a job in Hyeongnam, which is North Korea today. She meets a person who offers a decent work in Hyeongnam, so she travels through Gyeongsang, the present Seoul, with this person, and then rides a ship in Busan to Shimonoseki, and then goes to Muji. And in the autumn of 1944, she arrives at the Tokashiki Island in Okinawa. 1944, you could assume that that timing was when a good and decent job was being nothing other than a comfort woman. Okinawa, during the World War II, was the only part of Japan's land that saw major ground battles and was under the U.S. military occupation. And she barely survived, and Baebonggi, under the law of Okinawa, became a stateless person for a long period of time. Even after liberation, she could not return to South Korea or North Korea. In 1972, Okinawa is returned to Japan, and because of the changes in the law, she then falls into the status of an illegal resident. And in 1975, she applies for a special permission to stay, and that is when she comes out and comes forward as a comfort woman, and that she arrived in Okinawa as a comfort woman. And this is the first comfort woman testimony known to date, and it was actually 16 years ahead of Kim Il-sung's testimony, which was known to have made such a testimony in 1991. So for a long period of time, the life and the testimony of Baebonggi was quite underestimated, underregarded, and neglected in South Korea. In North Korea, in Japan, this was quite different because there was active interest with a series of media reports, documentaries, and publications. So my study starts with the reason for such a difference in interest. Why did Baebonggi not become the first testimony, the witness or person making testimony for a comfort woman? For that, there have been precedent studies on the life of Baebonggi, and I have based my study on such preceding literature to analyze the lifelong case of Baebonggi and think of the ongoing effect of colonialism and also the entanglement with colonialism with the East Asian Cold War regime. And up to now, many feminists, when talking about the comfort woman issue in the non-visualization, there has been discussion of the Cold War systems. Elaine Kim and Choi Jung-moo, the feminists, and have also talked about this in The Dangerous Women, and said that South Korea is based on the neo-imperialism, especially led by the U.S. hierarchy, and which became an additional layer.
지적을 한 바 있습니다. 그래서 미국이 주도하는
The US-led neoliberalism order, the global Cold War order, has been entangled with the Japanese Cold War regime, which made the decolonialization of South Korea impossible. And why is it difficult for Japan to decolonize itself? And regarding this, Carol Gluck says during the World War II, Japan and Germany's difference is not because of the cultural issue, because of the international order difference, and because of a different formation of a public memory. Well, so if I elaborate on this part, in the Cold War system in the East Asia, Japan became a border, and it has been conspiring with the forgetting of the Cold War. But Germany, which was under the order of the Western regime, admitted its defeat, and that was how it re-emerged in the international society. So Japan, the memory of defeat was created, whereas in Germany, the younger generation has raised the issue of war crime and war responsibility, and this created the public memory in this area. The U.S. hegemony weakens in 1992, and the geopolitical importance of Asia rises, and that is when Japan starts to recognize its responsibility by accepting the international request. And that is when, in 1990s, the comfort issue became an international agenda. And based on this discussion, I would like to cite Bertrand, the issue of subaltern mechanism as a basic analysis. The securitization theory, in a short definition, is based on constructionism, and it is interested in how the security theory is socialized during the Cold War regime. And from the context of decolonization, it stresses the securitization in this area. According to Bertrand, the securitization theory itself silences the subaltern because of its core element, and this is connected with the post-colonial feminist theory and the theory of loculation.
그래서 이 버트란드의 이 논의를 제가 나름대로 이제 재구성을 해서
I reconstructed the theory of Bertrand and how the securitization theory worked to make the subaltern silent. So, in this context, first of all, the attempt of the subaltern to speak is being oppressed, and then there is a second type, which is when the subaltern's speech is substituted by the speech act of others. So, the silence of the subaltern himself or herself is first a forced silence, or secondly, a different type of silence when there is no audience, even though they make a loculation caused by the elocutionary frustration. And another silencing mechanism is when the speech or loculation is ununderstood, which results in elocutionary disablement. And so this is based on the logic of exclusion. And then the silence coming from substitution is when different stories are overlapping, which makes it difficult and confusing to understand what the subaltern aims to say. So, as I follow the lifetime case of 배봉기,
발화가 어떻게 침묵이 되는지.
I'd like to look at how she became silent, how her speech became silent, and what other attempts were made, though unintentionally, to substitute the speech of Baebong-gi by the act of others. These are the two analyses that I have conducted. My analysis is in 138 to 139 in the Korean brochure. Because of the volume, their Korean version and the English version is different. So in the English version, I do not have my analysis result. I covered the interviews and the media coverage or the film productions or book publications in doing my study on Baebong-gi. So first of all, when we think of colonialism and war and post-war, I like to look at how they overlapped in affecting the life of Baebong-gi and how this forced as this function as a mechanism to force silence upon Baebong-gi. In 1979, this was first emerged, but before that, Baebong-gi was not even given the opportunity to express her life. This is because, as I said previously, because under the UN trusteeship in the US-ruled Okinawa, Koreans became the so-called non-Ryukwans because they did not have a family register on the Ryukyu Islands under the US Civil Administration Ordinance number 125 that was promulgated in February 1954. And since they did not have a foreign passport, they eventually became stateless. So as such, Baebong-gi was tangled under the so-called Hyoungjoong's citation that she became entangled under the layers of states that made her stateless. And she starts to take many jobs to make ends meet, for example, in orphanages or hospitals for the US military or prostitution for US camps. And so she has spent her lifelong time under the effect of the US station. And I also looked at the interviews of Baebong-gi, and what she repeatedly says is that she didn't have the words to speak. And I think this phrase that says, didn't have the words to speak, I think this implies a superficial meaning of not knowing Japanese well enough, and that was why she couldn't express herself or tell the experience in Japan. And I think there's an underlying meaning of saying that, well, she came to Okinawa and she thought that she would have a decent job, but she went through a very hard and agonizing life experience as working as a comfort woman during the war and even after the war. So in 1975, when Baebong-gi came forward as a comfort woman, what happened? As I said previously, in the South Korean society, it wasn't that much of an issue. The South Korea society was not interested in this issue. So what was the reason? As I said, the Chosun in Okinawa in the 1950s, they were neither foreigners, they were just stateless peoples. But with the 1965 Treaty on Basic Relations and the agreement concerning legal status and treatment of the Korean people in Korea, there have been changes, but this didn't affect the comfort women in Okinawa. This was affected to other mainland Japanese, Korean in Japan, Japanese in Japan, because a permanent resident status was provided, but the application period was limited to only 5 years, from 1966 to 1971, which was just 1 year before Okinawa's return. So this meant that for the Koreans in Okinawa, they weren't even given the opportunity to apply for the permit. And because of this situation, after the situation, there has been changes with the return of Okinawa to Japan in 1972, and now the Japanese government was obliged to grant Koreans in Okinawa legal status. Though they decided to grant special permission to Korea to stay for Koreans who could present the Japanese national to vouch for them, and also prove that they entered Okinawa before August 15, 1945, and those who did not meet the conditions they were to be repatriated to South Korea. 3 years later, in October 1975, Baebong-gi presents herself at the immigration office, declaring that she was a Korean who came to Okinawa as a comfort woman who needed permission to stay. So, as I said, she said that she couldn't speak the language. She wasn't even aware that she had to make an application, and she happened to learn of this fact from the restaurant owner that she was working at. And Baebong-gi registered herself as a Jainichi, and this was under a mechanism where the victims have to prove how the state forcibly relocated them to Japan. And the Baebong-gi's appearance immediately drew the attention of the Japanese media, and particularly there was a screening of a documentary, A Grandmother in Okinawa, and this was also reported in the South Korean media. However, the reports that treated the lives of Baebong-gi and former comfort women as something just one-off, a trivial news, rather than something that requires in-depth coverage. And then on August in 1977, Baebong-gi conducted an interview with Joseon Shinbo, and this is shown on the front page of the newspaper, pro-North Korean newspaper. This means that Baebong-gi became closer with Cho Chung-yeon when the Mingan and Cho Chung-yeon approached her after Baebong-gi made her first testimony as a comfort women. And in an interview, Baebong-gi says that in an interview there is a saying that his presence was hardly known in South Korea because she received support from pro-North Cho Chung-yeon activists. And I don't think this is just a groundless assumption. I think this is a grounded fact. And in fact, the South Korean government didn't take much interest in the legal status of Koreans in residence, but they certainly took an interest in the legal status of Koreans in Okinawa at the time of the Okinawa's returns drew near because of the concerns of the expansion of Cho Chung-yeon's influence outside mainland Japan. So considering these circumstances, when Baebong-gi emerged, South Korea was only conscious about its Cold War relationship with North Korea to deal with the story and deal with the story of Baebong-gi, and this also resulted in why there wasn't the audience to listen to the story of Baebong-gi. And next, I'd like to talk about the following contention over the deceased body of Baebong-gi, which follows the post-colonial and post-Cold War regime, and how this once again makes Baebong-gi silent and erases her loculation. In October 18, 1991, Baebong-gi was found dead, and a funeral was took place one day after. Just as Professor Hyeryoung said yesterday, the testimony of Kim Ak-sun raised a big issue as a major event at that time, and that was because in August of 1991, which is the same year of the death of Baebong-gi, Kim Ak-sun makes a testimony of being a comfort woman. This received massive media coverage, and this was what led to the comfort woman movement. And for Baebong-gi, whose funeral took place in October 1991, only Hangeul의 newspaper was the only newspaper that covered this news. It was just a very short obituary that was received by the then president of Jeongdae, Yoon Mi-suk. Instead of having interest in Baebong-gi, there was a contention over the deceased body of Baebong-gi between the Mindan and Cho Chung-yeon. First of all, from the Cho Chung-yeon side, around the first anniversary of Baebong-gi's passing, It cited Baebongki's statement that she only wanted to return to a unified country without a foreign military presence, and stated that it should be taken as a will, and Cho Chong-yeon proposed to keep her ashes under its proprietorship in Okinawa. On the other hand, Mindan tracked down the relative of Baebongki, the nephew, which was a son of Baebongki's sister, and the nephew said that Baebongki wanted to have her ashes buried in her hometown. And director Park Soonam's film The Silence has a very close depiction of this issue. She was actually discovered on 5 days after her death, so there's no way of knowing where she really wanted to be buried at the end of her life. But in the book A Red Tile Roof House of 1987 and the interviews that were followed on Director Park Soonam's documentary film The Song of Arirang Testimony in Okinawa and the 2016 film Silence all tells that Baebongki made statements about her hometown. And of course, she makes contrasting statements. But when we follow her interview, I think it is somewhat contrasting to Chung-yeon's interpretation that she regards her homeland as a divided land deployed with foreign troops. Because Bae seems to have different feelings about her hometown. She says that I dreamt about my hometown, but I couldn't find my home. And in Japanese, in a documentary, she speaks in both Japanese and Korean, and she says that I think I will be lonely when I go back home because I don't have any acquaintances. So how should we interpret her dreams, her statements, her statements of her dreams, saying that I do want to go back, but I think I will be too lonely? And so how should we interpret her statement? So when we think of that, I'm sure you're now familiar with Spivak's work, Can the Subaltern Speak? So I think we could refer to the theory of speaking for the subaltern. And the term representation means recreating another scene and also literally representing something. And so we have to consider how the representation is made. And she analyzes the Indian sati practice and how the British imperialists and the Indian anti-colonial nationalists that attempt to speak on behalf of the sati practice based on their own desires. They ignore the diversity and complexity of the widowed women. And I think the same situation applied to the case of Baebongki. Mindan and Cho Chong-yeon both attempted to represent and talk instead of Baebongki. And I think this is what we can... This erases the diverse meaning of Baebongki in her death in Okinawa, and it just speaks of only the divided Korean peninsula and the colonialism. What if we care to represent her mixed emotions about returning to her hometown? If so, it might have been possible to devise a way for Okinawa and Baebongki's hometown to mourn for her death together instead of only deciding to own her ashes to one party or another. Also, I talked about the conflict of Mindan and Cho Chong-yeon and how it erased the diversity and complexity of Baebongki's death. But afterwards, the indifference of South Korea makes this even more skeletonized. Back in 1991, the South Korean government had many geopolitical interests well, I think I'm kind of spending too much time, so I don't think I could go into the details, so please refer to the brochure. In 1991, in the case of South Korea, it signs its diplomatic ties with the Soviet Union and also pursues the ties with China, and there is a reconciliation move between South and North Korea. And North Korea is also discussing diplomatic relations with Japan. So during this time, the comfort women issue does gain much interest and lots of discussion. So, for example, From 1991 to 1993, Japan, South Korea, and North Korea hosted 4 international seminars on peace in Asia and the role of women, to discuss the Japanese military comfort women issue. However, in the case of Baebonggi or other comfort women who could not return home, the ideological confrontation still remains, and there have been no movement to respond to that. But the December 16th of 1991 is when the Kim Il-sung issues a lawsuit at the Tokyo District Court, which gains a lot of interest, unlike the indifference toward Baebonggi. So, this is a table that summarizes my analysis. In the case of Baebonggi, before her testimony, she was not given the space or opportunity to speak up, and even after the testimony, there wasn't the audience in South Korea, and even after the audience appeared, the indifference toward her stateless situation became another factor that made her silent, and then the substituting speaking of the Mindan and Jo Cheong-yeon once again made Baebonggi silence. This is my conclusion of the study. So this isn't something that ends with the 1990s. When we think of the U.S., Korea, Japanese military alliances talks, I think though the form is slightly different, this post-colonial geopolitical force, a Cold War force, is still very powerful and intact in the East Asian region. We should listen to the diverse and multi-layered story and to represent it, and also to reconstruct and deconstruct the modern order, international order. I think this is the way we should go. Thank you for listening. Professor Kim Hyoungjoong, thank you very much. You talked about the post-colonial Cold War regime and used this structure and concept in analyzing the case of Baebonggi, and you have analyzed how the comfort woman becomes invisible. The Baebonggi's testimony in 1979 has been silent in the East Asian region that was led by South Korea, and you have gave a very thorough analysis of the surrounding circumstances. In 2022, we still have to be aware of the post-colonialism and the Cold War regime, and which is still an ongoing issue. And it made us be aware once again that we are at this point. Next, we'd like to invite
Next, Naoko Kinoshita, the researcher at the Institute for Social Theory and Dynamics, a non-profit organization, will give a presentation titled In Search for a Way of Encountering Survivors Again. Ms. Kinoshita, I'd like to ask you to begin the presentation. Nice to meet you. My name is Kinoshita Naoko. Now, I'd like to show you this slide. And I look forward to today's discussion. Thank you very much for inviting me here today. Yesterday, I have participated in this social campaign, which was waged by one of the presenters, Japanese presenters, yesterday. And I'd like to now begin my presentation. In Japan, in the past few years, not a small number of people in Japanese society have come to perceive comfort women as an issue with distorted facts. It's distorted in the way that in terms of history, there's distortion, and there are also people who question the justification for engaging in such activities. So this is indeed a very difficult situation for people, the activists in Japan. At the end of 2015, the Korean and Japanese governments come to conclude an agreement on the comfort treatment of the comfort women issue. And there's been some strong resistance against this agreement in South Korea. And this triggered a negative response from Japan. The subsequent dissolution of Reconciliation and Healing Foundation took place, and in 2018, the South Korean Supreme Court ruled on the forced labor compensation case. And at the time, Prime Minister Abe was provoking an anti-Korean sentiment among the Japanese people. This has deteriorated significantly, and many of the Diet members have actually fueled the prejudice against South Korea. And then there was a scandal involving the Korean Council for Women drafted for sexual slavery by Japan, which is abbreviated Korean Council. And the Japanese media closely followed new developments on the Korean Council case, and they questioned the legitimacy of the comfort women movement. If you think about the colonial rule, the wartime aggression, and so on, you will see that there is a strong indifference of people towards the movement in Japan. And it's actually very difficult to change the certain perception which is quite strong in Japan. And I think it's very important that we need to really review the voices and positions of the victims, and we need a new mind path to re-encounter the survivors. There is a strong image that's been created in Japan that the South Korean government has discarded an agreement that they concluded with Japan. And because this kind of perception is very strong in Japan, the situation is quite serious. Japan and South Korea made the Comfort Women Agreement on the pretext that it reached a final and irrevocable solution. And the Korean government discarded it. And the Japanese government wanted to change the situation in their favor, but the situation actually has made a turnaround because the South Korean government has denied the agreement. So there is the South Korean society and the Japanese society having different positions. And in Japan, people believe that the Japanese government had made a contribution of 1 billion Japanese yen, yet Korea has reneged on the Comfort Women Agreement. And I take an example of a member of the Diet. He argued that the story of 200,000 young women being taken against their will, made into sex slaves, and killed in the end is far from reality, and is aimed at making Japan a criminal state. And the Diet member said that the member will resolutely refute the falsehood that Japan is a murderous and criminal state that kidnapped, imprisoned, and raped minors. And they claim that the stories are false, and the symbolic representation of this falsehood is the Statute of Peace. There is a number of disputes have been created surrounding the Statute of Dispute, and many lawmakers in Japan demanded that the South Korean government remove the statute in front of the Japanese embassy in Seoul. When another one was installed in front of the Japanese Consulate General in Busan at the end of 2016, the Japanese government responded very strongly. And there was a member of the Diet that said that when she saw the Comfort Woman statue erected in the Philippines with a panel describing Japanese military sexual slavery, she was taken aback by such harsh words and shocked to the point of her blood rushing to her head. It's a very strong statement, very radical expression, and I think her position lacks a perspective to imagine the realities that the victims experienced. And also there is another Comfort Women statue erected in San Francisco. And Japan's foreign minister said at the Diet that the sex slave inscription in the statue was an expression going against the historical facts and was not used at all in the Korea-Japan agreement. And there are a lot of talk shows in TV called Y shows in Japan. And those talk shows often featured the statue, and many of the issues on Korea has been featured in these talk shows. When the talk shows feature the statue, the commentators criticize South Korea in their own way. The commentators say that this goes against the sentiments of the Japanese people. It's more like an icon that goes against the sentiments of the Japanese people. And the statue erected in front of the Japanese embassy or in other public places are regarded to be acting out of anti-Japanese sentiments. And it was a grave situation for the Japanese people who hated the statues, and this fueled prejudice and distrust towards South Korea to accelerate the racism. And when the statues are presented in public spaces, people overreacted often. And one example is the IG Triennale 2019 Art Festival. The exhibition had displayed a statue under the title of Hyogen no Fuji Yuten, non-freedom of expression. And the show had been, the exhibition had to be cancelled because of this complaint. And the exhibition resumed just before the closing of the art festival, but there was strict security and entry restrictions. So the gold statue is being regarded with some resentment, and the general public came to see this exhibition against this backdrop. And I think the exhibition has actually provided a turning point for the people to find issues with the current way that the TV shows featured the comfort women issue. And the God statue reflects the opinion, the official opinion of the Chung Dae-hyuk. And the forcibly taken, the 강제연애 expression, is a term that symbolizes the suffering of the Korean women, the comfort women issue. And this is also another imagery that we develop with the comfort women issue. The term forcibly taken is also a keyword for the Japanese right-wing faction who want to deny it. In Japan, a cabinet decision was issued in 2007 that no evidence could be found of comfort women being forcibly taken against their will. And this is the result of the government investigation from 1991 to 1993. The investigation report stated that no record that supports women being forcibly taken by the military or the government was found. And the Japanese media is actively engaged in indicating the falsehood of the comfort women issue by emphasizing the Japanese government's position, not recognizing comfort women being forcibly taken as a historical fact. And some lawmakers relentlessly insist that the comfort women issue is a fabrication based on the reports of Asahi Shimbun. And this is, according to them, a false statement by a person named Yoshita Seiji that women were forcibly taken, and this was followed by a false reporting of the Asahi Shimbun that built on it. And this is a fragmented understanding, and this has led to Japanese bashing on the Asahi Shimbun. And the lawmakers are also deploying a coercive method of almost slamming the Asahi Shimbun in the diet without considering other factors. However, I would like to say that there are also opposition lawmakers who question and criticize right-wing lawmakers' historical perspectives on the comfort women system. There are steady efforts to clarify the perception of the Japanese governments by continuing to issue inquiry statements based on Japan's aggression as a premise. And there are also issues pertaining to what should be our perspective towards the survivors. I'd like to present you with some of my ideas. In May of 2020, Lee Yong-soo, one of the comfort women victim survivor, gave an interview. She actually gave 2 interviews, and she raised an issue, steered a big issue within the South Korean society. And Japan's the TV shows also featured this news, and she raised an issue about the Chung Dae-hyuk on how the funds have been used. And there's been some the criticism of Chung Dae-hyuk and Yoon Bi-hyung. And TV shows in Japan feature this news every day, reporting suspicions about the money issues. And activists who previously worked in the Korean Council argued in defense of the organization and Yoon. And in Japan, Yamashita Young has said that those of us in Japan, also need to respond to these questions and will be required to reflect on the past movement as they do in South Korea. And major organizations have their guidelines in Korea, and just by following the policy lines along the Korean organizations, we may not be able to keep the voices of various survivors. We need to think about solidarity. It's not something just about rushing together in a factional struggle. It's about thinking autonomously and having imagination, not to lose possibility of connecting with survivors under various circumstances. And the victims we need to open up the possibilities of listening to their voices. And also, there is a Japanese comfort woman victim who used the pseudonym Suzuko Shirota, and she published essay. And we believe that if we do not recognize these voices of the victims, we may be not fully respecting their respect. Surita Shizuko has spent her remaining life in a women's shelter, and she wrote letters to the managers of the shelter, and she wrote essays. She even said that she is going to be 60 years old in 1980. She wrote to the manager of Katsu, and she said that I declared that I will be 60 years old. And she said that I want to be healthy. I want to be able to walk around on crutches, ride a bus or train, and even visit Tokyo. And she said that she wanted to end the post-war life. And after the war, she has continued to work in the sex industry, and until she was admitted to the women's shelter, and she became quite ill, and she was disabled. And she was to put an end to that kind of life, the post-war life, and start over in 1980. And Shirota also wrote another letter, said that she's a Christian, and that she is a former sex industry worker, and she wanted to bear witness to God's love. And she felt that it is her way of repaying for God's grace, just as it is. Through her religious life, and by displaying her faith, she wanted to obtain approval from the staff at the women's shelter. And she wanted to develop a positive self. So this is part of a survival strategy. And Ms. Shirota lived on the social protection. But as a fallen woman, being regarded a fallen woman, which was quite obvious in the Japanese society, she felt that she needed to realize self-affirmation. And I think it's essential that we read her text from a feminist point of view. She felt that she was very happy to have found a place, a safe living environment in a facility. And she also lamented the situation of not having a family. She said that her family could not protect her, and she found a meaning in her life in the facility. And this is a community that replaced her family. And she was angered by what she had gone through when she was a teenager. And she met for media for interviews quite often, but she left a lot of writings in her memoir. And there are the Japanese, the comfort women victims who did not make their appearance. and the media is silencing them. So she resisted against those that kind of practices. And also the women's the status was not fully recognized in the Japanese society, and I think effort should be made to recognize the women's these experiences. The harsh reality that the victims faced, we need to cultivate the imagination against those harshness experienced by the victims. And we need to look at the social structure that continues to suppress women. And in Japan, the victims who protest sexual violence continue to suffer from secondary victimization. There's no legislation to support women who want to use their maiden name after marriage. And half of the women are irregular workers, single women are deprived of access to assisted reproductive medical care, and foreign industrial trainees are restricted from having babies and giving birth. In other words, Japanese society have, with little regard for the right to sexual self-determination and reproduction, in which women find great difficulties in designing their lives as an independent human beings. And the Japanese comfort women victims have been excluded from the post-war compensation because Japanese society lacks the perspectives of ensuring human rights and holding the state responsible for its violence. As such, the contemporary Japanese are unable to enjoy their rightful right as human beings. The issue of the comfort woman emerged in the 1990s. It first became known as the issue of Korean victims of the Japanese military sexual slavery. No major support movement was organized for Japanese comfort women victims. As such, the Japanese victims never criticized the direction of the Japanese movement. It doesn't mean that the movement does not have to examine the Japanese survivors' words. The Japanese activists and researchers need to make effort for the active listening and self-reflection. And it may be desirable to help the Japanese victims' anguish and the overseas victims. Please reach out to the Japanese society. Shirota said that I've seen women's help back there. And this statement should be known to the public as the actual sentiment of the person concerned. Racism is rampant in Japanese society, where reflection on the colonial rule and domination of neighboring countries is often absent. In Japan, generally speaking, they lack seriousness in listening to the voices of South Korea and other comfort women victims in the thought of their supporters. A structured understanding is called for to find out how discrimination based on race and nationality has exacerbated the harsh conditions of the comfort women. In Japanese society, if they faced up seriously to the issue of comfort women, the criticism of the ongoing wartime sexual violence would have been more active. And after the Estonians, women staged a protest outside Russian embassy in Estonia in April, and women in Lithuania and Latvia also protested outside their countries' Russian embassies. These women wore black plastic bags on their heads, and they tied their black hands behind their backs and exposed their underwear and legs to express their bleeding lower bodies. And this is to show how harsh the situation was for the victims. And people with this kind of sensitivity choose to actively bear the burden of staging protests on behalf of the victims who are unable to move in the midst of violence. And it shows how inhumane and pathetic the ploy of the Japanese right-wing makers are, who try to raise the traces of the comfort women system's violence. And when it comes to the physical presence, the control is to be resisted in our everyday life. After Russia's military invasion of Ukraine began, the Japanese government also provided humanitarian assistance to the people of Ukraine. However, regarding the reality that the misery brought about by the war, especially for women through violation of their bodies, very few Japanese media have taken an introspective look and examined how Japan has faced pastime, wartime sexual violence to verify state violence conducted in the past. Rather, I think there's only a few. there are various forms of the violence, and they are still found in Japanese systems. And we believe that we need to further enrich the solidarity of the people's experience. We need to overcome different genders and ages, and we need to enrich the solidarity experience of those coming from varying generations, genders, and a difference in support of the comfort women issue. This brings to me the end of my discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Kinoshita. She talked about the situation after the Korea-Japan agreement was made. You said that the comfort after the comfort women agreement, especially in media, the words of comfort women victims are hardly being transmitted. In particular, you talked about the Japanese comfort women victim known as Shirota Suzuko. You said that it is up to the reader to judge and discuss what kind of society Japan should be by hearing her voice with empathy. And also, at the same time, you pointed out that all of us should cultivate the imagination on the harshness experienced by the victims in consideration of the source of the pain, as a number of pains that continue to this day. As such, you suggested that we pursue comfort women issue from the realities of everyday life.
And now, after the two presentations, we'll move on to the discussion. First, I'd like to invite Professor Hyeryoung of the School of Undergraduate Studies of the College of Transdisciplinary Studies of Daegu Gyeongbuk Institute of Science and Technology. She will make a presentation on the stateless Japanese military comfort women victims, where they stand, and they're speaking on Professor Kim Young-kyung's presentation. Thank you for the introduction. I am Hyeryoung, as been introduced. I would like to discuss the presentation of Professor Kim Young-kyung, and as I read through the paper, I also thought about the topic of state in the survivors. As I listened to Professor Kinoshita's presentation as well, when following the detailed historical proceedings following the Comfort Women Agreement between Korea and Japan. As I started to have an academic interest in the comfort women issue, I started thinking about why this has to be represented by the nation state. How has the issue of the Japanese military comfort women issue be reconstructed from the national level? And as I read through Professor Kim Young-kyung's paper, it gave me certain answers, and at the same time, it also raised some new questions about the role of the nation state. So I'd like to ask a couple of questions regarding that. I do not have a PowerPoint material. I have a brief discussion paper, so I like to read through my discussion paper that's in the given out material. The Cold War and Comfort Women Baebonggi's Forgotten Life and Contested Death of Professor Kim Young-kyung presents a post-colonial Cold War regime, a combined outcome of the colonialism dismantled after the end of World War II, and the post-colonial Cold War system that's recognized by the U.S. at its center. And according to the author, South Korea is an essential sub-partner in maintaining the Cold War regime in East Asia, has neglected the presence and location of the Japanese military comfort women who remained in Okinawa in consideration of its confrontation with North Korea in a triangular partnership with Japan and the U.S. At the same time, amid the political changes in East Asia in the post-Cold War era in the 1990s, South Korea erased the oppression of colonialism as the Cold War regime reflected upon these women's deaths, dismissing them as a mere shadow of a bygone era. And this is not only for Baebonggi, but this also reminds us of the fact that the testimony of these comfort women, including Baebonggi, have reached us after undergoing complex interactions between the silence imposed by the dynamics and state hierarchies under the international political system and the locations that break such silence. And the Cold War suppressed Bae and other comfort women victims who remained in Okinawa from engaging in locutionary acts. It also makes us be aware that there was no audience to listen to and understand their testimonies. So, raising its voice itself was not enough condition for them to be heard. The comfort women issue is a complex one involving colonialism and war, the structures of domination in interstate relations, and military sexual violence stemming from them. The testimonies on it can be fully executed as a locutionary act composed of speaking, listening, understanding, and responding only when they have a nation-state as a stage and the audience who is also the agent. A case in point is the remarks of Kim Ak-sun, a South Korean national, who first testified publicly about the sufferings of the comfort woman in 1991, and her statement led to the South Korea's enactment of the Act on the Livelihood, Stability, and Commemorative Projects, as well as for the sexual slavery victims drafted for the Japanese Imperial Army in 1993. Neither the two Koreas nor Japan could call upon Bae at a time when the dissolution of colonialism and the formation of the Cold War regime overlapped, as the boundaries of the nations and their people changed in a complicated way. In a way, the comfort women who remained in Okinawa were placed at a completely different level from the Korean and Chinese comfort women because they were deprived of a space to testify along with their nationality. In this regard, the best case of the stateless comfort women sympathetically shows that the state is an essential variable for the speech of the victims of sexual violence caused by colonialism, imperialism, and interstate wars. However, her case also recalls a familiar question that has been discussed repeatedly. That is, under the modern nation-state system, one needs to necessarily belong to a state in order to discuss damages related to sexual violence that involves the state's hierarchical relationship between the dominant and the dominated. How can we solve this problem? At the same time, Professor Kim Hyoungjoong's paper argues that Bae could not complete her locutionary act because the South Korean audience was unwilling to accept her words. Then, could such an act be carried out only when it is heard and understood by the state? I believe we could ask this type of question. And was Bae's location actually directed toward South Korea? I also read the red-tiled roof house, and I thought that was this a statement made toward the South Korean audience? And was it only effective only when it is heard by the South Korean audience? So this is a question I like to ask to Professor Kim. Bae's recollections and testimonies about her life in post-war Okinawa, which was recorded by Fumiko Kawada, gives the impression that her speech escapes the stage, which is a state, and the space composed of audience come agents. Her painful but solid testimony about her poverty in colonial Chosun and sexual violence and exploitation in the front lines of the empire and the hardships of war and the insecure post-war life of an illegal resident is a self-representation of a stateless victim of the Japanese military comfort woman accomplished by itself. On the other hand, no relevant state such as Japan, US, colonized Joseon, or South Korea can be established as a party that can recognize and understand its testimony. Instead, Fumiko Kawada's representation of her testimony is clearly oriented toward the states in the post-colonial Cold War, where domination and oppression continue in the form of imperialism, colonialism, and the Cold War. So not only the testimony, but also the representation of those that recorded it plays an important role in this context. It seems natural that South Korea had to be the primary audience for her testimony, except for Japan, where Bae's story was first shown. Of course, we could consider North Korea, but basically, the hometown that Bae Bong-gi wanted to return to was in South Korea. Nonetheless, would it not be possible to find an exceptional aspect in her locutionary act, such as excluding the presence of the state as an audience? And this is the question that continues to remain within me. The reason for asking this question is that Bae stands on a borderline that transcends nation states, although she may not have intended to do so. And Im Kyung-hwan's study, which is a preceding paper mentioned in Kim Hyoungjoong's work, raises the question: how was it possible for the Korean comfort women victims to testify in Japan, a perpetrator of the colonial rule and war of aggression, publicly in such early days? Because during 1970s, Korea was under the martial law, and in Japan, it was still under the Cold War regime in the during this time. So this is a quite justifiable question that could be asked. And could one of the factors be that Bae was a stateless person who belonged to neither the South nor the North? Because of her status, her testimony did not have legal force to hold Japan accountable for being the perpetrator. At the same time, she was not a Dainichi Korean, so her words did not directly target Japanese society to incur shame or social anxiety. Around the same time, South Korea suppressed testimonies through patriarchalism, nationalism, and colonial masculinities, defeatism. Having become stateless overnight under the post-colonial Cold War regime, Bae was standing as a liminal factor on the borderline at a level far away from the silence imposed by such forces. Again, what does nationality mean to the comfort women and victims? And related to Professor Kim Young-kyung's presentation and paper, I started to ask this question. Are the state and the victim's nationality inevitably involved because it is a crime of sexual violence caused by the structure of dominance and war among states? If that is so, testimonies of stateless people like Bae are bound to fail because Bae's locutionary act was fully completed in the South Korean society in the 2010s because she could be classified as a Dainichi Korean in a broad sense due to Okinawa's return to Japan. However, would it really be the case? Is there any performativity that enables speaking a location that can be carried out only by a stateless, liminal, comfort woman victims like Bae? If there is one, what would that be? Rediscovering and reconstructing these issues will be another research task on the testimonies of comfort women victims such as Bae Bong-gi. And thank you for listening to my discussion. Thank you very much. You talked about the nation-state regime and how the dominating and the dominated hierarchical relations of a nation-state intervenes with the victims of sexual violence. And you raised the question, does the victim necessarily need to be a nationality of a certain state? And is the locutional act only effective only when it is heard and understood by a nation? So what about the stateless people like Bae Bong-gi and those who are on the borderline? And you talked about a very important topic related to the speaking and its possibility of being heard.
Now for the second discussion, I'd like to introduce Professor Maki Kimura, Professor of Political Science at University College London. She will give a presentation entitled Uncovering Voices of Victim Survivors, Building Political Solidarity Around the Victims, Survivors, Japan's Military Sexual Slavery.
The introduction, and first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to speak at this conference, and the staff at the Japanese Military Comfort Women Issue Research Institute and everyone who made this conference possible. I'm really sorry that I'm not participating in person as this is the middle of the academic term. It was not possible for me to travel to join the conference. But I'm extremely grateful to have this opportunity to join and connect with colleagues attending the conference. And I'm also thankful to Dr. Kinoshita for the paper that raises many critical issues concerning the current politics surrounding Japan's military sexual slavery. Dr. Kinoshita's paper entitled In Search of a New Way to Encounter Survivors highlights the troubled history of politics on the issue of Japan's sexual slavery and explore the reasons of this stagnated politics and suggest that how attending to the voices of those forgotten in the discussion of Japan's military sexual slavery could provide us the possibility to move beyond this contemporary deadlock politics on this issue. And we all know that since Kim Hak-sun shared her experience, her testimony encouraged many other women to come forward. Some feminists see this as a critical momentum that eventually accumulated to the Me Too movement of the early 21st century, as we know. However, a considerable number of right-wing politicians, scholars, and other cultural critics in Japan have repeatedly denied the central role that the Japanese government played in developing and operating this horrific system of Japan's system of sexual slavery. As Dr. Kinoshita points out in her paper, this backlash against survivors and other activists who tirelessly continued to fight for the recognition of victim survivors' injuries further escalated after the announcement of the 2015 Japan-Korea Agreement. A Girl of Peace statue, which was originally erected in front of the Japanese embassy in Seoul in 2011, which was originally erected in, to commemorate the 1000th anniversary of the Wednesday protest, as well as memorials built elsewhere in South Korea and in other countries, were unfortunately used to trigger and further strengthen the attack by these Japanese right-wing people. Dr. Kinoshita argued that with all this political tension over Japan's Me Too sexual slavery that has lasted 30 years, the victim survivors' voices, in particular, certain groups of victim survivors have often been left behind. She maintains that listening to voices, in particular of those who have been ignored, and understanding the complex experience of suffering could provide an avenue to move beyond this political stagnation concerning Japan's Me Too sexual slavery. And an example, using an example of Shirota Suzuko's life to demonstrate how this could be possible. So Shirota Suzuko, while her name is pseudonym, is one of the only few Japanese women who testified to her experience of sexual slavery. Her life, as we heard in her Dr. Kinoshita's presentation, has become well known through her biographies and interview that she made. Her the pain of Shirota and many other Japanese women who were considered to have become so-called prostitutes should not be belittled in the name of what we call the noble sacrifice that Japanese people were expected to make in the support of nation war. And this is the often used rhetoric by Japanese revisionists. So their claim has not only silenced Shirota's voice, but also that of women from various countries in Asia who came forward to reveal their experience. At the same time, her pain should not be denied on the basis of the fact that she was indeed sold into prostitution, together with agony of many other women from Japan and Japanese colonies and occupied territories who encountered a similar fate to her. In the early stage of the redress movement, women who had a history of being comfort women were divided into two distinctive categories of those who were forced and those who were voluntary. Women like Shirota were seen as falling into the latter category, and her scarred life experience was either ignored or unacknowledged, ignored or unproblematized. However, the notion of involuntary or forced has since been understood to include much wider range of experience, claiming that it's not how women became comfort women in the first place, but how they were subjected to slave-like conditions during the time that they were treated as a comfort women that actually matters. In this sense, Shirota was a slave, a sexual slave, sex slave, as well as other women say from Korea, the Philippines, China, the Netherlands, and beyond, who claimed that they were sex slaves and who rejected being called comfort women. Shirota's suffering after the war, which has been revealed through her narratives, as Dr. Kinoshita shared with us, attest to the traumatic sexual slavery. Not only her life after the war, difficult financially, not only was her life after the war difficult financially and physically, but she was also mentally traumatized by the echo of the cries of women who were killed at the battlefield and did not live to see the end of the war. To those women who did not survive, thus whose suffering and lives remain acknowledged and forgotten, Shirota wished to erect a memorial which materialized in 1986. So this memorial is one of the first memorial to victims of Japan's mutual sexual slavery. Engaging with her excruciating experience requires compassion, combined with an acute awareness of the political and social structure within which Shirota and other women's lives can be situated. This involves developing and deepening the understanding of the complex history and system of nationalism, imperialism, colonialism, militarism, capitalism, and patriarchy, as well as Western-centered understanding of modernity that created a structure of exploitation based on ability, class, gender, sexuality, and race, ethnicity. However, the lack of this knowledge, especially in Japan, has prevented the redress movement from fully attending to voices like Shirota for a long time, and from effectively revealing to the world through her life experience this systematic structure of oppression. A historical absence of the discussion of such structure of exploitation and violence has, Dr. Kinoshita points out, sustained a society in Japan where sexism, racism, and xenophobia prevails. Dr. Kinoshita's paper reminds us that we who live in the 21st century should understand that feeling sympathy for Shirota's misfortune and hardship does not represent a true encounter with her life experience and her voice. We should rather evoke anger that she had to suffer due to this complex system of exploitation and oppression and trying to challenge it. At the same time, we must acquire a critical gaze to acknowledge how this system continues to maintain a society today where gender equality continues. Addressing the issue of Japan's mutual sexual slavery should not confine this legacy of victimization to a narrow national and ideological context. Exploring and listening to voices of those women should open up the possibility of understanding cries of victims and survivors of various other forms of oppression. This requires raising awareness of how they are all connected at the roots and involves nurturing compassion with each other while forming political solidarity to tackle such a system of oppression. In her recorded interview in November 2021, to celebrate the broadcasting of a documentary titled Unreported World, Justice for Japan's Wartime Sex Slaves, produced by Channel 4, a British public service television network. Grandma Lee Yonsu, who gave her honorable speech through video yesterday, speaks of the continuing impact of this injustice, while also drawing attention to how it can contribute to the reshaping and present and future. In the panel discussion that was also organized at the same time with the screening of the documentary and the recording of the interview with Grandma Lee, discussants, I was one of them. were all agreed that examining and engaging with issue of Japan's military sexual slavery is to address a broader structure of exploitation, injustice, and violence of the past and present, and involves linking a seemingly disconnected experience of oppression with each other. While importance of acknowledging the specific victimization suffered by women who fell victims of the system of Japan's military sexual slavery is undeniable, meaning that avoiding the pain being reduced to generalizable experience, we are also presented with a task to consider, as Grammar Lee demands, what lesson that we can learn from their experience and how the social structure can be challenged to prevent the recurrence of such injustice. However, the limited recognition by those who are involved in the debate surrounding this issue of the potential that the voices of survivors hold as the redress movement, which has been well represented most recently surrounding the politics of memorials. The first memorial to victim survivors of Japan's military sexual slavery on public land was erected in Parasite Park, New Jersey, near New York, in 2010. The installation of the statue of a girl of peace in Seoul in December 2011 has since triggered a range of initiatives, not only in South Korea, but also in other countries. While the statue of the girl of peace takes the form of a girl wearing a traditional Korean dress representing the loss of a girlhood, the empty chairs beside the girl, young girl, symbolizes the spirit of those women who did not survive and those who survived and participated in the demonstration, sitting side by side on the portable chairs facing the Japanese embassy, and also all the others who participated in the protest to raise awareness of sexual violence. The statue was named the Statue of a Girl of Peace and never designated as a memorial solely dedicated to victim survivors of Japan's military sexual slavery. Not understanding this context has, however, generated many disputes over constructing memorials, leading to the politics of memorialization. The relative success of campaigns for erecting memorials for victim survivors across the globe can partly be can be explained by the development of transnational feminist network. But at the same time, the accomplishment of campaigns and the continued presence of memorials, in particular in countries beyond Asia, relies heavily on the capacity to address both distinctive local narratives of trauma and war and global ones, highlighting, trying to achieve justice for those who have long been marginalized and silenced, uncovering voices for those women who have been sidelined in the discussion of Japan's military sexual slavery, such as Schroeter, reflecting on causes such marginalization, with, as suggested by Dr. Kinoshita, as well as by the presentation of Professor Kim Hyoungjoong on by Bonki, allow us to cast a critical gaze towards unjust social structure of the past and present. This also enables us to build a strong solidarity to move towards a more socially just society where the suffering and injustice of the past is properly acknowledged and remembered. So that the problem is, however, that we know what we need to do, but we are yet to discover how to achieve this. Thank you very much for listening.
Well, thank you very much. Well, there's been a lot of the legacy of numerous victims that should not be discussed in national context, state context only. They should rather be linked to raising awareness of how the various victims are connected in their roots. She made important points such as forming political solidarity to fight against the system of oppression, at the same time fostering compassion and empathy for each other. She also commented on the lessons we can learn from experiences of the victims and how we can change the social structure to prevent recurrences. Thank you, Professor Kimura. And now we'd like to invite the presenters to respond to the discussions. I would first ask Professor Hyoungjoong to respond to Pehan's discussion.
Professor Bae provided a very rich and also a very accurate and sharp observation, and thank you also for a very sharp and meaningful question. Well, this might be a slightly personal digression. This paper is kind of a reflection on my part. I asked this question toward myself as if I were paying retrospect to my personal life. Why was Bae Bong-gi not able to be the first testimonial person in South Korea? In a sense, it also follows a kind of, it's not kind of a competition. I don't want to think of it as a competition between Bae Bong-gi or Kim Hak-soon, saying who should have come first or not. It is rather a reflection of why were we so ignorant about the existence of Bae Bong-gi for such a long time. That was the first question that I asked myself. And with a feminist identity, I started to engage in this study from 1990s, and back then there were numerous topics and issues. Nevertheless, the testimony and Bae Bong-gi and the Japanese comfort woman movement, even if it should have been a major feminist issue of South Korea, it did not gain enough attention. And the the Japanese comfort woman movement, and also the Bae Bong-gi, of course, it did not become the triggering point for me to start my feminist study. It still, nevertheless, was a very impactful event that led my study in the feminist area. From 2010 and on, I became aware of the Bae Bong-gi's testimony, and just as Professor Bae mentioned, I listened to Bae Bong-gi's statement and also the documentaries and recordings of Bae Bong-gi. And this was how I became aware of that existence. This isn't just a reflection on myself only. I think it is also a reflection on the part of South Korea as a whole. And from a different angle, we could also say that if there is a speaker, there should be a listener for the speaking act to be perfected and complete. And considering this interrelation, the speaking of Bae Bong-gi, in order for that to be complete, it requires the audience that will listen to that. It requires that element. And just as you mentioned, the possibility of speaking of Bae Bong-gi is ensured only by the audience, the existence of audience. And then we have to think of whether it should be limited to the community of South Korea or a certain state alone, or it should be a bigger community. This study focuses not so much on the speaker as the audience, that is the listener. And I think this is an issue that we should continue to think about by going beyond the nation state and thinking about the listener group or the audience group. Well, we experience that in many occasions, just like today. We experience such cases and then we go back to our normal lives and we try to enlarge such community. But at the same time, as a nationality of a nation state, we have that individual identity. That experience alone does not necessarily enable us to think that we have overcome that limitation. So the tension of, I think we should still, that is why I think we should still be aware of the tension of the identity of having a nationality when we are a listener. And this applies to not only the testimonies of Baebonggi, but also to the testimonies of the survivors, because they speak of something more than just what we listen to, than just what we hear. It speaks of something broader. This exceeding possibility is something that we should understand and interpret. And are we doing enough? Especially in the South Korean society, the victims' testimony has been discussed by many feminists, implies that it is still regarded only as a technological supplement to recording, and it still doesn't have enough ground to be regarded as a full topic of in-depth study. That is another retrospect I'd like to raise, because these series of events could also have controversy. So there are cases where we should accept testimony or reject a certain testimony. Just as Ms. Lee Kyung-hee mentioned yesterday, we should think of victims not only in their stereotyped form, but also the diversified or the diverse victims. That is, we have to think of the diverse directions of reading these testimonies. And that is a necessity that we should acknowledge. Then we should think of the audience that goes beyond the nation-state community. Of course, this part is something that we should gain attention to, and it was also discussed by Yamatani Techuo of the Grammars of Okinawa of 1995, and also Director Park Soonam's series. These works have already captured on the possibility in an earlier time by enabling this form of listening. I think it was quite early in its effort, a pioneering effort that goes beyond this limited community, and that was why it resulted in meaningful achievement. So once again, just as Ms. Mae mentioned, considering the talking and the speaking and the testimony of the victims, we should have a delicate observation, a delicate understanding, and I do agree with that. So for that, as I listened to the case in Japan, the Japanese victim victim survivors' testimony is something that seems very contemporary. And I think it would be meaningful to think of not only Baebonggi or Kim Ak-sun or Shiruta, but others who were in the contemporary period, and to go over their testimonies from this perspective. In South Korea, before Kim Ak-sun, in addition to Baebonggi, there were Dosubok or the Grandma Hun who have existed. I think that it would also be, I am already engaged in the studies of these survivors, so I will consider the possibility of the speaking that could go beyond the audience, and this made me realize that we should have a more keen eye for listening as an audience. With that, I'd like to conclude my reply. Thank you very much.
So Ms. Kinoshita, Dr. Kinoshita would like to respond to Professor Maki's comments. Yes, I am Kinoshita. I would like to thank you for the very kind comments. And for your detailed discussions, I'd like to extend my heartfelt appreciations. And I am not able to deliver to the fullest what I intend to say in my paper, but you were very kind to elaborate further on what I had missed out. I very much appreciate your comments. I listened attentively to what you said. With regards to Shirota Suzuko, I was not able to make a detailed comment about her life, her experiences, and so on. And because you gave us an explanation, I think your discussions would have helped the audience a great deal in developing a deeper understanding about Ms. Shirota. Ms. Shirota has experienced war, and she faced the threats of death many times in her life, and it was very nice of you to have commented on that part as well. Essentially speaking, if you think about the comfort women, Japanese comfort women, I think it's the same as the comfort women of other countries. They have gone through the sex slave experience. In that experience is the same. In the 1990s, the comfort women movement began, and research efforts also began, but we were not able to explore this matter to the fullest since then. Because in the early 1990s, when the research efforts became more active and the campaigns became more active, the Japanese comfort women have been regarded to have come from a prostitution industry, the sex industry. So I presented this as a keyword in my presentation, but they have been largely regarded as people who are different from Korean women who have been forcibly taken. So that's the kind of perception that prevailed at the time, and because of that, it was very difficult to do a research on the Japanese comfort women victims. And in Korea, researchers actively engage in this research efforts, and also the activists were very active in the campaigns, and we tried to form solidarity with them. And we were mindful of this solidarity activities, and in a way we kind of refrained from actively engaging in the research efforts and so on. And the situation was has persisted to quite recent days. In Korea, there's been a lot of exhibitions and a lot of activities going on with regards to the comfort women movement. And I think a change is going on these days. And I think we're developing a new foundation to bring about new changes in the way that we respond to these issues. And that's the point I want to make about Shirota Suzuko's case. And on the kind of the nature of the system that the comfort woman was, and the kind of oppression the slavery system had on women, I think that your discussions provide a new venue for us to think about it. On the documentary that's been produced by a British TV channel, you are a part of this panel discussion. And you gave us an introduction. I really wanted to hear more, hear about that, the documentary and the panel experience. So thank you for that. And recently, we are looking at wartime, the sexual violence. We are still facing difficult challenges to this date. And in many parts of the world, discussions are going on in various forms. And I was able to understand that through your comments. And on the Japanese comfort women, I said that many worked previously in the sex industry, but I think there are a few exceptions as well. There have been cases where the Japanese women were forcibly taken as well. But as I said earlier, there is like a framing for Korean women who have been forcibly taken to work as a sex slave. And I talked about the girl statue. So when you think of this image of a young woman that has been forcibly taken to perform things against her will. And I think I wanted to express my interest in the research of this topic, but I did not have enough time, so I'd like to supplement on that and have another opportunity to engage in research efforts on that regard. The installation of the girl statue, you mentioned it, the campaign to install these monuments. You talked about injustice and war. review for perspectives on the injustice and war. It should be when these discussions are going on well, then the installation of the monuments are more easier compared to other countries where discussions are not so active. I think that was that meant a lot to me. And if those activities can be actively discussed and it can be remembered in a given place, that will be quite positive. And also, we need to strongly drive the movement to go forward. And we tend to come up with a set of images to be able to do that. To which extent should we take these images as a tool for our campaign? I think it may be meaningful that we review on the images that we apply or the images that we deploy. How did the movement, how was the movement activated vis-à-vis those images? I think we need to review that as well. And also, I think this relates to the past experiences of it connects to the experiences of these victim women survivors and how it alienates the experiences of the victim survivors. And I want to further deepen knowledge on those aspects in the future. And I had a great deal to learn from your comments, Professor Kimura. And also, I learned a great deal from the presentation by Professor Kim Hyoungjoong and discussion by Professor Bae Ha-eun. It was a great learning experience for me. And before she passed away, she made her testimonies. And she made testimonies for many years. And here I'm referring to Bae-bong-gi, the later Bae-bong-gi. I was greatly inspired by her life. With that, I'd like to conclude my discussions. Thank you very much. Well, we're only about 15 minutes away before concluding today's discussion.
So I'd like to know if there are any questions from the audience, from the floor. And you should also tell us who you're asking the question to.
네, 안녕하세요.
Hello, I am
양미강이라고
and I've been long interested in the comfort women issue, and I have been long active for a long period of time. I'd like to ask a question to either Professor Kim Hyoungjoong or somebody else. I'm not sure. As I listened to the presentation, new thoughts came to my mind. And when you think of the comfort woman Bae-bong-gi, why did we have a greater interest in Kim Ak-sun's testimony in South Korea? And I started to think about that. When we go back to the 1990s, when the Japanese military comfort woman issue gained major interest in South Korea, as you talked about the speaker and the listener, and I do understand that the speaker, that is the listener, has an important role to play. But I think the when and where is also very important for the listener, because the 1990s and the 2020s of today would have a different setting. And the form of listening of 1990s in that past was when the comfort woman issue first emerged. And the form of movement was mainly focused on asking the apology and the reparation on the nation-state level. Of course, today, the nationalism is an issue that we have to think about from diverse perspectives. That this is a structural underlying factor that we could not overlook. For the Shirota Suzuko's issue, who is a Japanese comfort woman, so from a relative perspective, in South Korea back then, it was not easy to raise an issue about the Japanese comfort woman. So considering these differences, I think we have to think of when and where, and how the listener changes. And with this change of listener, how does the society react differently? I think these are the detailed and phase-based process we should take. And secondly, we listened to the presentations on Baebonggi, Kim Hak-sun, and also Grandma Hu. So I think the discourse has been focused on the Korean victims. So when we follow this logic, what about the North Korean victims? And in the Asian Youth Forum, we have members from the Philippines. What about the first witness, Ms. Rosa of Philippines? Are we listening to her appropriately? What about the Indonesian victim? So from this comprehensive perspective, our method of storytelling still may not be overcoming the nationalism structure. We have victims in all parts of Asia. And how are we listening to the voices of the other victims in Asia? We have to think of this issue. So, well, Professor Kim Hyoungjoong, could you answer? I don't know who could answer, but this is a question I'd like to raise. Thank you. So, since we don't have enough time, we will receive some more questions and then ask for the answers. And then, after we listen to both the questions, we'll ask for the answer.
My name is Linda Mo. Yesterday and today, through the lectures, I've been listening to today's presentations and yesterday's presentations. This question came to my mind. The Japanese military sex slavery is a state violence against women, individuals. And I kind of got this feeling that there's been little research on the state violence. Because if you think about those the comfort women victims, we often study about their lives, their experiences, but we study very little about what the state should do. We all talk about the women, the victims in Ukraine. And Japan has incurred the pain to women at the end of World War II. And we look at the sexual violence being perpetrated against women in small and big conferences around the world. And Japan does not recognize this violence. And I think because Japan has not recognized its wrongdoings, there is an impact on other parts of the world. It's like a case forming a precedent in court. Because Japan does not recognize and make an apologize or make compensation or be responsible for its past wrongdoings, if Japan did, it could form a precedent for the women of the contemporary times, or women who are suffering in the contemporary times. So do you engage in the state, the actions, as opposed to individuals' experiences? I'd like to know if there's research going on. And if you think about the Japanese comfort women or Baebonggi, the Korean comfort women, they are the victims who suffered the pain because of the violence of the state. And if you think about their nationalities, would that be the right approach? Because the perpetrator is the state. Does the nationality of the victim matter so greatly? And also you talked about monuments being erected around the world, and that we are going in the right direction. I quite disagree, because for the sex slaves of the World War II, people suffered because of state violence. And still today, because of state violence, the monuments are being torn down in places around the world. And also the statues are being relocated to private estates or to university campuses because of state violence, because the Japanese government is opposing against it. And also in the new incumbent Yoon Suk-yeol government, I think they are taking a more worsened the position because in the previous government, the Moonchil government, in the girl statues, in the memorial days, the consulate offices would send the diplomats to those statues when there is a commemorative event going on. But the Yoon government is not having any of the diplomats participating in these overseas commemorative events because this is not a public matter. So I would like to know your views on how you understand this issue and how you research these topics as well. Well, thank you. So that's like a question. Who would you like to have the question? Who would you suggest the response to your question? Any researcher would be fine with me.
Yes, there were two questions from two members of the audience. The first audience's question will be answered by Ms. Kim Young-young, and regarding the statute, Ms. Kimura or Kinoko could give the answer. Yes, so the reply, please. Ms. Yang-mi-gang asked the question, and I actually did somewhat anticipate that maybe Ms. Yang-mi-gang would raise the question. I think it's not so much a question as the long thinkings based on your long experience in Jeongdae-hyuk, and I think you pointed out some issues that I may have overlooked, so it is a very precious comment. Today I discussed listening. It's not just a simple listening. It's about who listens and when listens and where they listen. And as you said, the when and where is very important. It makes a big difference. That is something I also experienced. Even though we have a certain level of tension within this regime of nationalism, we cannot actually go over that. That was my starting point in my study paper and my analysis. So when we think of the 1990s, of that environment, back then, of course, the testimony of Kim Hak-soon and the testimony of Bae Bong-ki were fundamentally different in their nature. Just as you said, Bae Bong-ki didn't necessarily speak toward the South Korea society. It was a purpose to gain a special resident status in Japan, Okinawa, Japan. So as I emphasized, I do not want to set a kind of a contending structure between the two. It is a rather pursuit toward a multi-directional memory in this project. So you also mentioned the first testimony in the Philippines and the witness or the victims in North Korea. In 1990s and in 2000s, they also were very active in testifying in the women's courts. And partially, it might not have been enough for the South Korean society, but for the feminist groups, so to say, of South Korea was an audience. It served as an audience for them. As a matter of fact, in a detailed manner, whether it's Grandma Hoon or Bae Bong-ki, they do not have a South Korean nationality because when they left Korea, there wasn't South Korea, there wasn't Korea or North Korea, there was only a colonial Korea, there was an imperialist Japan, and between those borders, they became stateless, whether they wanted it or not. So for these figures, I do agree with almost everything you say, but considering them as a South Korean nationality itself may be somewhat something that we should rethink from historical perspective, because we might then put them in the boundary of South Korea, which is also another entrapment of nation-state imagination. So I think this we could discuss on this topic later on. And for the following questions about the state violence of Japan, just as Ms. Yang Mi-gang mentioned, well, this did take place during the 1990s. The Japanese Emperor State violence, which was also a major subject of studies. But these days, it is being somewhat overlooked in its interest because the trend of studies has developed in a different direction. And I do agree that there is an overlooking for that topic of study during the 1990s. And I think it would be meaningful to talk about that topic as well. And you brought up the need for that in your comment. Thank you.
Well, thank you. So I would like to know if Professor Kimura would like to respond. For those of us joining online, would you like to respond, Professor? I'd like to give you a very short response to the Linda Mo's comments. I think you made a very important critique. Japan waged a war of aggression, and it incurred damage to places around the world, and it created actually huge damage. And if you look at the past of Japan, and Japan continues to inflict pain to others to this day. So what should Japan do? This is a very important point that we must continue to focus on. Since we have begun this Comfort Women movement, there has been internal discussions in Japan over this matter. So this has been at the focal point of our attention. So there's like a pretext. I think it is quite clear. I was not able to describe this in detail today in my presentation. My apologies for that. With regards to the movement, many people from the victim countries formed the Asian Solidarity Conference, and they include countries like Korea and others. And at this Solidarity Conference, we try to think of what is to be done. In the notice, we have made some suggestions and demands to the Japanese government. And using that as a background, in 2015, when we saw the conclusion of the Korea-Japan agreement, I think it was on the basis of such developments that the agreement has been concluded. And in Korea, there's been some protest against that agreement, trying to remove that agreement. And the researchers and the activists in Japan looked at the development. And it was quite difficult for these activists and researchers to take a different stance. The Korea-Japan agreement, we had thought about the engaging so that Korea-Japan movement agreement could be concluded in a more favorable manner, so to say. But I think these kind of movements have been there. It should be noted. The damage incurred by Japan in the form of state violence, I agree with you in that. I fully concur with you. Thank you very much. Yes, please go ahead.
I'm aware of the time, so I just want to briefly mention about the politics surrounding memorials. So I can't say for all the memorials, but I have been doing research on memorials in terms of why memories are erected in certain geographical locations, and I've been doing some kind of sort of ethnography around this issue. So obviously the politics surrounding memorials is not simple, and there's a complex politics surrounding how and why memories are erected in certain places. But and I can't say for all the memorials, but the memorials surrounding memorials which are erected outside Asia, for example, in the US or in Australia, was really interesting to see, how people in the local residents, including some Asian community, trying to bring these statues, or sometimes that they design, they have competitions to ask for local people to submit their design, and trying to memorize the victimization of these women who fell under the system of Japan's military sexual slavery, but at the same time trying to relate this victimization with other forms of maybe sexual and as well as gender violence. And this is, I think, is one of the really interesting the trend happening in global politics, and to advocate how the victim's voices can also raise the issues of violence suffered by many other women, as well as possibly men as well, in contemporary society. So the erection of memorial is not just about the issue of the past, but trying to raise what's happening and in contemporary society, without trying to belittle the painful memory and painful experience suffered by those people, those women who fell victims of comfort women system.
Well, thank you very much. I think our time's almost up, and we need to come to the close of today's meeting. With regards to the state violence of the Japan, and the struggle against to protest against the state violence, it should continue. And we should attentively listen to the voices of the victims. We should think about better ways of doing that. In the afternoon session, we hope to continue our discussions on this very important topic. And we hope to come up with concrete action plans for this very important cause. I'd like to ask for a big round of applause to the speakers and discussants, and also to the interpreters for their efforts. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. And now this concludes part 4. And from 1, we will begin part 5 on the post-Cold War, and we will have the next session of The Crime of Others, Death of Ourselves, and conversation with Shahin Akhtar, the author of The Search, and also the translator Jeon Seung-hee. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction, and thank you, the Women's Human Rights Institute of Korea and other organizations and people who made this event possible.
통역 선생님, 이번엔 이 리허설이라서요. 통역을 좀 정확하지 않더라도 통역을 좀 부탁드리겠습니다. 소리를 좀 내주세요. 계속 좀 소리를 내주십시오. 네, 선생님 조금만 더 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
For having me here to have a conversation with Shaheen Attar about her remarkable novel, The Search. In the book, you'll find my essay about it. While I won't read it here, I'll ask about 10 questions to the author, and she'll answer them. We'll then take questions from the audience, both in person and online, as well as student participants in this conference.
방글라데시어로 말씀하시기 때문에 제가 마지막으로 지금 확인을 하고 있습니다.
Okay. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you, the Women's Human Rights Institute of Korea and other organizations and people who made this event possible, for having me having me here to have a conversation with this Shaheen Attar about her remarkable novel, The Search. In the program book, you'll find my essay about the novel, which I won't read here. I'll ask about 10 questions to the author, and she will answer them. We'll then take questions from the audience, both in person and online, as well as student participants in this conference. 됐나요?
একটা প্লেট দিয়ে যেত একটু আমি ওই করে রাখবো।
So now we are doing the English test again. Thank you for visiting us. Today we have the International Conference on Women's Rights and Peace 2022. Okay, this is the final English test. This is final English test. This is final English test. Okay. BGM 살려. 네, we are going to start 2 o'clock. Now this is the test. This is the English test. No, now we are going to start 1 o'clock, sorry. So this is the test. 자. 아니야. 하지 맙시다. So from now on, we are going to test the Shine Akhtar's Bangladeshi speaking. Please all the translator to the translations. Yes. Please Shine Akhtar, could you speak about the 1 minute? Yep.
ধন্যবাদ জানাই।
Thank you so much. Research Institute, they have invited us, and when the session starts, I will be answering some questions that they are going to put forth. Maybe it will be from my book, and I guess that many people would like to talk about this issue about the rape survivors, which is causing a turmoil in the entire world.
Okay, thank you very much. And this is the last test. 전승희 선생님도 영어로 한 30초만 마지막으로 좀 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
In the program book, you'll find my essay about the search, which I won't read here. Instead, I'll ask about 10 questions.
Madam Shine Akhtar, can you hear the Bangladesh voice from the Zoom? Is it okay?
Yes, now it's okay.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, thank you very much, everybody. 네, 감사합니다. 저희 이제 리허설은 다 마쳤고요. 3분 후에 2시 전후해서 저희 행사 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 영상 갑니다. 자, 이거. 처음에 영상 바로 갈게요.
네, 그럼 오프닝 영상과 함께 2022 여성 인권과 평화 국제 컨퍼런스 2부를 시작하겠습니다. 네, 안녕하십니까. 5부 타인의 범죄, 우리 자신의 죽음 대담 세션을 시작하겠습니다. 오늘도 특별한 분들을 모셨는데요. 여자를 위한 나라는 없다의 저자 샤힌 아크타르 저자님과 번역자이신 전승희 교수님 만나 뵙도록 하겠습니다. 전승희 교수님께서는 본 대담에 대해서 당사자의 시각에서 본 전시 성폭력과 식민주의 근현대사라는 제목으로 글을 써주셨는데요. 책에 대한 자세한 이야기 들어보도록 하겠습니다. 전승희 교수님께 마이크 넘기겠습니다.
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction, and thank you, the Women's Human Rights Institute of Korea and other organizations and people who made this event possible. I'm honored to be invited here to have a conversation with one of my favorite writers, and to my view, one of the great masters of contemporary novel, Ms. Shahin Akhtar, about her remarkable novel, The Search. I will not read the essay I wrote in that program book, but instead I'll direct about 10 questions to the author, and we'll hear from her. After that conversation, we'll open up the podium to questions and answers from the audience, both in person and online, as well as student participants in this conference. So without further ado, Shahin, you've come to Korea a few times already, and 2 years ago, you remotely received the 3rd Asian Literature Award at the Asian Literature Festival in Gwangju. Could you please share with us your thoughts and feelings on revisiting Korea now and attending this international conference on women's human rights and peace?
ধন্যবাদ প্রফেসর সিংহি।
Thank you very much, Professor. And this is the 3rd time I have come to Korea. First time I came in the writer's residency program. And in 2020, it was a really memorable incident for us, for me, because I got this literary award. But due to pandemic, I could not come. Though it is late, but at least I have come here, and thank you very much to the Korean Institute because they have given me the opportunity to come here, and I have heard a lot of discussions about rape survivors, and it was very useful for me. And after this pandemic, we have come here in this friendly country, and thank you very much, Korean Research Institute, and thank you very much to my book translator, Hyoungjoong.
Thank you, Shahin. We're glad to have you. The theme of this year's conference is War, Colonialism, and Violence Against Women. I've heard that you visited Germany, Bosnia, and other Eastern European countries this past summer, had conversations about your work, and visited sites to remember the traumas of war. Please tell us briefly about this trip and your impressions on it.
আমি গত সামারে
In the last summer, like 2 months ago, in Europe and in Germany and Bosnia, I went there. So we know about the Nazi thing in Germany, and there was a reading session also, and not only about this, about my other writings as well. And uh, so there I spoke to the German professor about the translation of the search, and from the audience also we got some request. The experience that we had, so in the capital of Bosnia, Sarajevo, I was there for almost 10 days. And as everyone knows that in Bosnia about genocide, and in the city, we feel like that uh, it is still facing the challenges of the war. And so I was there in a very nice place, but when I used to look around in the mountains, I could feel that there were shellings from those mountains. And I went to different museums as well. There's a genocide museum there, and there is a World Childhood Museum there. So what I can tell you that almost like 10 days, I was in a memory of the war of Bosnia, and I could remember the days of 71 war.
Sounds like a great time, and also, although unhappy time with all those memories, it's helpful for someone like you to visit and eventually award us with some good reflections. The title of our session, Others' Crime, Our Deaths, seems to describe well the situation of fetuses aborted and newborns sent overseas for adoption without consulting their mothers, because their conceptions occurred as a result of wartime sexual violence. Regarding this, I'm reminded of the moving testimony you encountered at the War Childhood Museum of Sarajevo, as you sent me a photo of it. Could you read that testimony and share your thoughts and feelings about it? So
in Sarajevo, as I have told, that there is a World Childhood Museum, and at that time, at the time of war, the children, they were there. The memories are kept in that museum. The objects that they used to use on a daily basis, their toys, the drawing paper, the exercise book, and all. So there. They have some recorded videos of that history. The audience, the spectators that they are visiting there, they can see those videos. And one testimony struck me very much, and I sent it to Sing His Own, and I would like to read that. I would like to read it in English.
The heading of the testimony is My Mother's Child. My whole life was marked by the name of the person who did harm to my mother. I was marked by a fiend I knew nothing about and now no longer want to know. I am shunned by society, although I did nothing wrong. I carried the burden of shame, but to this day, I do not know what is so shameful about my birth. I carried the burdens imposed by the society, which was unable to muster up the courage and look at itself in the mirror. I carried the level of being someone's brat just because someone before me chose evil. I am not a child of an evil man. I am my mother's child. I am not a child of hatred. I am a child who grew up with the love of my mother and my stepfather, my family's love. I am not a child of shame. I am a child who saw the future in her mother's eyes and is now building that same future. I am my mother's child. Anja, 1993. And এটা আসলে একজন যুদ্ধ শিশু
And this was a testimony of a war child. And in Bangladesh, there are a lot of children. You know about it. And the first thing that we have in Bangladesh, abortion is not legal. And what happened in 1972, there was an ordinance that was issued, and the abortion was made legal that time. And in case of abortion, if the girls are or women are ready, the, so and women who gave birth of children, at that time they were forced to leave the children, and the children were sent to other countries. And it was a very shameful incident, and Bangladesh society was not ready that Pakistan children will be in Bangladesh. But this testimony is very, very important for me, because the child is claimed that she is or he is the child of her mother.
Sorry. That was such a moving story, testifying to a contrasting view of a young person that are born of very unhappy history. But it's only from the father's perspective that the child is a child of shame. And violence. It's not necessarily so from the perspective of the child itself or the mother. Your novel, The Search, offers a valuable perspective on the theme of this conference, war, colonialism, and violence against women. People often label the half-century period after World War II a Cold War, considering it to be relatively peaceful. Yet, while nuclear war or World War III, which many people feared did not happen, it was in fact a period of both large and small wars. Although the Vietnam War is the most representative example, wars that drew less attention, such as the ongoing Korean War or the 1971 Bangladeshi War of Independence, are related to this peaceful order established by the post-World War II powerful nations. Thus, the Korean War is often called a proxy war, and the Bangladesh War of Independence is clearly related to a power struggle between the US and USSR and India and Pakistan as their surrogates. In this sense, these post-World War II wars or new incarnations of pre-World War II colonial aggressions and wars. The Search vividly depicts this reality. Did you have any particular experience or insight that led to your realization of this fact? Also, did you want to bring about any particular effects among your readers through this kind of depiction? If so, can you describe them?
Actually, directly thinking about the readers, we don't write a novel, but I think at the back of the mind, the story was definitely there. Like I was around 10 years old in 1971, and radio was very popular those days, and we used to always listen to radio and have a feeling that radio will give us the right direction, where we should run away and which place is safe. I have those memories with me. I know about the politics in Bangladesh at that point of time. We were fighting for our freedom. And in 1971, 25th March, the Pakistani soldiers entered Bangladesh to attack the people of Bangladesh, and it was a genocide. It took the shape of a genocide later, but initially it started like this. But if you know about the global history, then India and Pakistan, America lobby was created, and with India, USSR was there, and immediately these two parties were there together. I don't know whether it was what it was. I don't know whether America gave a green signal or not, but later it became very obvious. So I remember while listening to radio continuously when India announced war against Pakistan. At that point of time, the seventh lead from Vietnam proceeded towards Indian Ocean, and that was the route to enter Bangladesh. And luckily, before reaching that place, Soviet Union, the then Soviet Union gave a veto about this, and on 16 December, our country got its independence, and we escaped from a big magnanimous war. Since my book, this search from various angles, I have tried to capture this issue and international politics. I tried to vividly explain these things later about to know those times.
Description certainly was very effective. Next, when a quarrel or conflict occurs, war can be the easiest solution for the powerful. However, from the perspective of all the innocent lives sacrificed during a war, it is a solution that causes the most harm and the most loss. Bao Ninh, the Vietnamese literary master who authored the award-winning The Sorrow of War, famously said something to the effect, "The best war is worse than the worst peace." I think the search skillfully shows this viewpoint from various perspectives. It vividly describes leaders who mislead young people's passion for justice through skillful rhetoric and who take advantage of their sacrifices as their political assets. Military and political leaders who enjoy the progress of the war remotely as if watching games. Also, the wide variety of the ways in which these innocently sacrificed youths and their civil lives are abused after a war are depicted so well, sometimes through descriptions of the absurd allocations of merits and demerits, other times through effective sketches of various characters and deeply moving and sorrowful personal stories. As a result, the search convincingly embodies the lesson in the phrase, "War is not an option." My guess is that for a Bangladesh citizen like yourself, the justice of the Bangladesh War of Independence is self-evident, since West Pakistan was obviously oppressing East Pakistan at the time. So it might not have been easy for a Bangladesh to see the injustice of such a just war. I wonder what made you become sensitive to the fundamental harm to people of even a just war.
আমার দ্য সার্চ উপন্যাস যেটা এখানে পোস্ট ওয়ার খুব গুরুত্বপূর্ণ জায়গা পেয়েছে, সেটা যুদ্ধ পরবর্তী
my search has vividly depicted this, and I feel there was one thing that when from the war was imposed on Bangladesh by Pakistan, and it was thrusted on them. And Bangladesh did not have any other option but to go for a war. Bangladesh could not stop this war. They went into this war only to save themselves. But post-war, when post-war subjects come at that time, there is a thing that war is a very big thing. So many people, innocent lives are killed. People become victim of war, and we lose so much of resources. And after achieving independence, we realized all these things. When these questions come, at that time, you feel that this war was meaningless. It had no utility. So post-war is held a very important place in my novel, particularly from the rape survivors, because their sufferings was not confined to the war, but post-war also. These rape survivors have a very difficult time. In an independent country, also rape survivors were not safe. They led a very, very difficult life. So they have really troubled them. They have made them suffer from various angles. So what did we get out of this war? Thank you.
I think that that's a lesson we all should keep in mind and take deeply in our heart. As the search shows, what makes the lives of women subjected to sexual violence during war so miserable after the war is not just a trauma from the wartime sexual violence. The social prejudice that considers women's sexuality to be the property of a patriarch takes various forms. A society in which a girl holding hands with a boy, as Miriam did, is a scandal. One that doubts the virtue of victims of sexual violence since they did not take their own lives. Parents who participate in the persecution of their daughters before and after the war as the agents of such a social prejudice, rather than trying to help their daughters find healing and happiness. And the state that takes away their faces and voices imprisons them within traditionally obedient to women's roles through measures for rehabilitation like forced abortions, adoptions, and marriages, even while glorifying them with superficial rhetoric. In your novel, this social prejudice also operates when those in charge neither invite nor recognize most victims of wartime sexual violence at the War Crimes Court 3 decades after the war. What enabled you to see wartime sexual violence as a matter not of a one-time event or simple aggression by the enemy, but of an entire society's attitudes and values? Also, how is the status and situation of women in general in Bangladesh these days?
Yes, let me put it this way. Professor Singhi has said that the rehabilitation of women took place in 1971, and how was it? There is one thing which is very important in this context, and that is the women were given various type of trainings, which was very stereotyped, like sewing, cooking, all these things, typing. I would also like to focus that the women also wanted to go for abortion, but when had not come to that stage of abortion, and when they gave birth to that to the baby, then they had a very difficult situation, and which is unbearable. The situation of women was deplorable, very pitiable, and their life was very bad, full of sufferings. How they would go ahead in life was a difficult question. So post-war, I have tried how it has taken place in my novel, how I have depicted it in my novel. In 1996, project started at that time. The women were being interviewed who had undergone sufferings. I had spoken to the rape survivors. It was a very short interview, and during the course of that interview, we saw that after post-war, they got 25 long years. And their description was very short, but how they are surviving in the independent world. In 2020, I took this decision. I took this decision that, of course, I should write about post-war in my novel, and maybe this is something which really inspired me to write about post-war. I felt from the women's angle. For 9-month war, they were the victims of the people who had imposed war on them. But after independence also, they are not at all safe, and they have been troubled by their own families. The inspiration behind this was about the rape survivors. I interviewed them. I got many inputs from them. And in this regard, I would like to say that I had approached the tribunal, and Dirkusha Madar was interviewed by me. And during that interview, I hear the testimony of Second World War. And he died by that time, but his quotation, his references were coming in umpteen numbers. So those testimony was a source of big inspiration for me. And the women's right activists of Bangladesh who were attending this interview, their testimonials were also important for me. And with the rape survivors, I feel that I got the inspiration. It is a very complicated issue.
I think it's very difficult to talk about the girls, whether they have moved forward or backward. It is very difficult to mark them like this. But what we have seen, that the violence has increased in the entire world against women, whether that is domestic violence. Probably you do not face it here, but we face in our country. So the women are not secured when they are going out of their house, when they are roaming around in the road and all. So this has increased in Bangladeshi society. And another thing is the parda or the curtain thing. So that has increased in Bangladesh. And I think there are different debates about it, and it is all about their choices. But what we are talking about is imposing this thing, that there's a girl or woman on the road, and she's not using the parda or the curtain, and that she's being harassed. So it should be according to their choices. If she is not willing to use it, so that she should not be pressurized. So we see that this has increased in Bangladesh. So I have talked about these two significant things that are happening in Bangladesh. One is about the curtain system, and another is the violence in Bangladesh.
It's very regrettable that we seem to see more cases of these violences, both here and there. One of the most impressive aspects of the search is the fact that these women, who are usually generalized as wartime sexual violence victims or birangonas in Bangladesh, are vividly depicted as individuals with individual characters. On the one hand, there is Shobha Rani, impregnated during the wartime sexual violence, who proudly raises her son as that of her late husband, murdered by the Pakistani military. On the other, Shayamali believes that she became a birangona by mistake, as she was the lover of a Pakistani military officer when abducted. There is the naive Tuki, who believes she is a virgin because she has never married, and alcoholic Radhanani, who helps prostitutes in a red light district. Indeed, the shape of lives of survivors of wartime sexual violence is as varied and unique as everyone else's. Thanks to these depictions, the novel highlights the fact that these women are typically hardworking individuals, not so naive or foolish as to take their own lives for an obsolete belief in women's virginity, but instead loving their lives, questioning absurd social attitude toward their sacrifices, and doing their best to explore personal possibilities. I don't believe too many novels show us as convincingly that wartime sexual violence victims are not just pitiable victims, but human beings as normal as the rest of us, and requiring the same level of respect. What do you think made you see their lives as typical and respectable? Could you share some of your experiences about and or with them?
আমার বিষয়টা হচ্ছে আমি আসলে তো পোস্ট
So I am from the post-war generation. I grew up, my thinking, my education in the post-war generation. And when I was taking the interviews, I edited a book as well with those testimonies. So there's a huge area that I covered in terms of my work, and that was from the war survivor, rape survivor. Post-war situation, yes, I have witnessed, and the rape survivor, the war rape survivor, they are being predicted. So it is showing that if a girl has lost the virginity, she does not have right to live. And at the same time, so there's no dimension of her character. She is only a victim. So it's like she is almost dying. There is no value. And the way that I was seeing, it was portrayed by different parties. It was like I was against it. I was thinking that this is not right. It should not happen for with a human being. The person who is there should get all the rights. They would, so I did not agree with the fact that they should not get their basic human rights. From different interviews also, I was getting same kind of hints. So So probably someone will only pick up the victimization part from the interview, but it is not like that. I used to see from different aspects. So Shobharani was like one of my imaginations. I didn't know that there was someone like that. So is a Hindu widow, and her husband was killed, and she had to rear up the child, uh, and it was and her child was a rape child. So how can we see the different aspects of this situation? How the girls or the women are being seen as virgin, and also after the war, different situations that we have seen, like if we talk about Virangana, uh, who will be called as Virangana, that was also a personal challenge that I had to face, and a lot of information I could gather from the interview, and from different aspects I could build up those characters in the novel Search.
They're just precious, all these imagined portraits. The protagonist, Miriam, the college-educated daughter of a relatively affluent landlord, tries hard to rehabilitate herself despite all the hardships thrown in her ways. She makes an incredible, almost unrealistic decision at the moment when she has finally settled into a comfortable middle-class life after shaking off the shameful label of Virangona. When she goes to observe the war crimes court as this middle-aged woman, she realizes that it is not an occasion for truly remembering the war or its victims. In particular, seeing how even the simplistic hopes of Tuki, with whom she reconnects there, are trampled by social prejudices, Miriam voluntarily participates in an oral history project about wartime sexual violence in order to help society remember the victims' experiences accurately. Even after that, it seems she decides to abandon a stable life to help prostitutes in a red light district who are possibly present-day Viranganas, as she realizes that contributing to the oral history is not enough to commemorate their experiences. As the novel vividly follows her persistent struggles, this decision of hers comes across as both surprising and truthful. Although heroic, her decision also feels almost instinctive. Your novel shows a way forward in understanding how to remember the sacrifices and pains of women subjected to wartime sexual violence, that we should consider the complex and full causes of the event and remember it accordingly. Could you elaborate on this point, how a society can properly remember or commemorate wartime sexual violence?
So in the novel, I have explained that how they. So I have explained in my novel that the way that we are memorizing them or trying to commemorate them is not the right way. I think we need to think about it. And I witnessed the situation when we saw the Liberation War at that time. We saw the Virangana, we saw the fighter. So they were welcomed with flowers, garlands, and everything. So is it like that? Because that time we saw that the Viranganas were not given proper justice, and that is why I wrote in my novel as well. So it was a striking point as well. So probably I could not think of a situation that the Birangana will not be given the proper justice or proper respect. So it is not like about Virangana. It should be like they should be treated as a war fighter. And in 2016, it was given to them that they are the liberation war fighter. And I don't know how much it has helped us. And the rape survivor, they are now very aged also. And probably they are getting something from the government as well, but they have lost their precious time from their lives. So what we think, how the society will see, so it depends that how the rape victims will be seen by the society. So if we talk about virginity, too much about virginity, so I think this is very difficult for us that during the so I think it will be difficult to assess them after the war, and the values change very slowly. So it is not like that immediately something will happen to them, but probably gradually something will happen.
Yeah, as long as we tolerate violence against women these days, we're not taking any lessons from what happened to these women before. I think that seems to be the gist of what you're saying, and I can't agree with you more. Thanks to your novel and short stories, we've come to know a little bit about the rich and remarkable world of Bangladesh literature. I consider The Search to be one of the masterpieces of our time, deserving all the accolades it has received so far and that are undoubtedly forthcoming. My guess is that this is not just a product of a single genius, although you are one, but of the engaged literary scene that nurtures it. Could you tell us a little bit about the literary scene in Bangladesh, in particular among women writers, and a bit about those who influenced or stimulated your work?
এই প্রশ্নতে মনে হয় দুটো বিষয় আছে।
I think there are two subjects attached to this question. When I wrote Search, at that time, I have not taken any help from any women writer, and as a whole, I have not written anything about Bangladeshi writers. Let me just put it this way, that in 90s, I am saying Birangana. There was a compilation, 7 war rape survivors were interviewed, and it was an eye-opening for all of us because for the first time we heard the voices of the rape survivors, and it is something which is very remarkable in this book, that only we could hear the voices of the rape survivors. Many fictions have been written before, but we could not hear the direct voice of anyone. So what I feel is that it was a very important subject. And Talash and Search, there was another thing which I would like to focus, like Listi project. It was more important than literature. and I would say that I'm very grateful for Talash. About the Bangladeshi writers, let me tell you that 500 years back, there was a poet, Kavi Chandravarati, and she was the first woman poet. And there a very beautiful film named Chandravati Katha has been filmed in Bangladesh. It's a very beautiful film. And in the present, Bangladesh, India's West Bengal and Bangladesh, they are the subjects of a discussion. After 1947, the division that took place, the partition that took place in 1947, in Bangladesh, the second and third generation, we are into literature, and I can say that women have not been forcefully depicted in the compositions because they are making their own place in literature. And I would like to put it this way that like in Talash, many people say that in Talash, many experiments have been done, and I'm not alone in that. In my generation and in later generations also, women are writing a lot, and they are into various beautiful compositions.
So I guessed right. Also, it seems that very extensive years of effort went into creating your work. Okay, we have all undergone a very difficult few years due to the global pandemic. Perhaps thanks to it, we may be able to think more deeply about the current state of human civilization. As a result, on the one hand, efforts to modify its course gained more encouragement, while the opposite effect created more wars and grave dangers. Observing and living with these opposing trends, what are your thoughts? Also, what are you working on or planning these days?
Well, I feel there are two questions that you have put in front of me. One is about pandemic, that we have gone through a very, very difficult situation. We were confined to our homes and our life, our ideals, and we got a chance to think about all these things at personal level. We have realized this, and after when the pandemic was on, there were threats of a war, and a pandemic is still there, although it has weakened, but still we can see war. The ongoing war in Russia, and after that, we are seeing many other the aftermath of the war, and you have a feeling that pandemic, of course, has destroyed us, but this war, I feel, is comparatively causing more loss to us, and economically, financially, this war is causing a lot of suffering, a lot of loss and damage to us. And I feel that in the last August, I have published a new novel. And after this novel, I went around and I have gathered many experiences which I have shared about Bosnia war. It was very striking for me. And then you can say that now I am totally hollow. My mind is totally empty. And now I have come here, and I have heard many valuable statements here, and heard discussions here. And I will think later what I will be writing about. I have nothing which is very remarkable and which I can share right at the moment.
I think you've already shared a lot of wonderful stories. I hope that we can get to read them soon, your latest works. Now, I'd like to open the podium for Q&A. You gathered some questions from the audiences? Oh, a Korean student. Yes? Yeah.
네. 한국어로 질문을 영어로요? Yeah, and thank you for your precious time and opportunity to share your opinion. 네. I was not very much aware of the situation in Bangladesh and before the reading this book, so I learned a lot reading the search. And at the same time, the situation in the book in Bangladesh was not completely new for me, to me, but rather familiar, as it was not that different from that of Korea. So personally, that made me feel the book more interesting. So my question is, what makes Miriam to continue to rehabilitate herself? That was my question. I wonder what drives Miriam to reflect on patriarchal prejudice and dynamic between a ruling elite and the people, and a world order led by powerful countries. I'm curious because I think that having Miriam's attitude and her introspective attitude and self-development attitude can be modeled not only for those who have experienced something Miriam has, but also those who should remember them. So thank you.
ধন্যবাদ।
Thank you so much. The struggle of Miriam was varied. She could somehow survive, and it is in human nature, because every woman wants to come out of the sufferings, and Miriam is a character who symbolizes that she will never bow down, and in her professional life also she is continuously struggling, and for her dignity also she is fighting, struggling. And I feel, and you will also accept, I think, that she can be a role model. I feel this is a human nature which we want to overlook, but it cannot be overlooked, especially in the case of rape survivors. We never think that they can struggle so much, they can have so much of courage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I hope that answered your question. Yeah. Next from
is the question. Just you will read him. You can read.
I'm Chiko Kobayashi from Japan. Thank you so much for your interesting talk. I'd like to comment that the concept of post-war. I learned that foreign powers are causing submissive attitudes and actions in Bangladesh, even in an era generally called post-war in Japan. Also, the fact that some countries are being exploited and sacrificed by the modern and contemporary colonial powers tell us that the countries that pushed colonization had learned nothing from their history. Despite World War II, we could say that there was no reflection on this issue. And as for the fact that the war is still going on in 1971, for the sake of profit, I thought that Japan must deeply understand the meaning it has as a former colonial and imperialist country. Thank you.
I think you have explained things very well, and you have talked about the situation of Japan, and what I feel is this that you want that colonization. The people who are involved in colonization, they should acknowledge that it is a mistake, and this is what we all want. Like in the case of Bangladesh, Pakistan has not apologized so far. So the people who have already suffered damage, who have already suffered loss, the people who are to be blamed, the people who have really, they should apologize, the people who have caused this loss. The question, I think this is what your question was very interesting to me. Thank you so much for your question.
Thank you for both of you. Next question from the...
Hello. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Malaya Ray Frange from the University of the Philippines. And here's my question. I want to know what was your inspiration for the source of this metaphor. It is not just in times of war, but in times without conflict, in times of peace, that a woman's life is thought of as a four-wheeled vehicle with the body as its driver. So if the vehicle veers an inch away from the road paved with customs and rules, then it crashes into the rubbish heap, life has fallen, and she becomes a fallen woman. So I just want to know what was your inspiration for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think you have taken the first few lines from my novel. You have mentioned it, and we have already discussed it. As I spoke earlier also, what is the perspective of society about rape? So there are different restrictions in different countries, different rules about virginity of women, and it gets extended at the time of war. But it is not like that only at the time of war. After the war situation as well, the same thing happens. And I discussed this or mentioned this in my novel at the beginning about this post-war situation. And I wanted to make my reader understand the situation. At the time of war, it happens in a bigger way, but after the war also it happens. So this is what I wanted to convey through my novel since the beginning of my writing. And my inspiration, if I talk about it, so it comes from the experience. And absolutely, for this book, my experience came from the rape survivors' interviews, their struggle, their lives. Thank you.
Thank you both. Next question.
Hello, my name is Emily Yamaguchi from University Malaysia Sabah. Thank you for sharing your talking, Ms. Shaheen Akhtar. And my question is, the summary of the book tells about how the protagonist, Mariam, attempts to rehabilitate herself. In the process of doing this, how was she able to overcome her emotion of self-pity, weakness, hate, or anger toward to her abusers? Were there moments of turning point that helped her in moving forward from her violent experience?
ধন্যবাদ। আমার মনে হয় যে মরিয়মের
What I think the turning point of Mariam was the tribunal that was formed with the war criminal, and that was symbolic in Dhaka, and there Mariam and her other colleagues, so they talked to each other, and at that time she was a maid servant, and she was in the same camp, and they met each other that time, and they met almost after 20 years. And when Tuki brought her at her home, at that time this was a turning point of her life. And that time it was like she got a friend, a comrade, and she had to face a lot of bad experiences, and it was her responsibility to save her. And the crisis that Mariam had in her life, so at that time she thought she could easily overcome those challenges. And it was like she could see herself in a bigger aspect, and a lot of her pain got reduced that time. So what I think, it was important that she met Tuki, and when Tuki came to Mariam's house with Mariam, and she got her involved in a work, and Mariam also wanted to do some job. So I think this was the turning point of their lives.
Thank you. I think your remark, both of your remarks remind us of the importance of the solidarity among people who want to bring about a better world. Next question. 네.
Hello, this is Lehuri Chakma from Asian University for Women. The character Mariam is very interesting and mysterious. So, however, my question is, how will this piece of literature play a role in the evolution of the history of patriarchy in Bangladesh?
আমি এখানে লেখক হিসেবে বলছি যে
here I'm writing I think there is a book cannot change or bring a lot of transformation maybe indirectly it may have an impact on the society. But what I feel is in 2004, when this book was published, it was the best book of the year. And at that point of time, from jury board, they also said that we are having a feeling of guilt that in an independent country, women are suffering and people did not know about this. And I got this input from many listeners that we did not know the details about the rape survivors post-war. So this book has played a pivotal role in making people aware of the women after war is over. They are also they are still undergoing the same suffering, and those people who have talked about this book, they may think about this, and they have got a food of thought that they were the rape survivors, and what should be their attitude towards these rape survivors.
Thank you. Yeah, a book, I think, may not have immediate effect, but it also can have a long-lasting impact upon the entire society. Anyone else? Shall we take? Yes?
Hello, my name is Sinyoung Cho, and I'm a graduate student majoring in English literature in Sungmyung Women's University. First of all, thank you for your writing, and it's an honor to meet you today. I believe it is genuinely important for us, the young generation, not to forget the history, sharing the experiences and memories. But I know that even Mukti's research had been doubted by the protagonist, Marian, but the role of the character, I was wondering if the Mukti's role as an archivist is created based on your own experience as an oral history project researcher in ASK human rights organizations or not. Thank you.
Oh, no. Huh? Did you hear? No, I heard.
actually
could you
interpreted
repeat the question one more time, just the gist of it, because the Bangladesh translation wasn't working at that point.
What I was asking is that the role of the character Mukti, I think she acted as an archivist or a dissident, as an oral history project researcher, as you did in ASK Human Rights Organization. But I was wondering if it is based on your own experience.
ধন্যবাদ মুক্তি
Thank you so much. Yes, Mukti is my experience, of course, is a very big experience. And it is my reflection that has been depicted in this book. Because the Mukti she, was born in 1971. And normally it so happens is that it will be difficult if I did not know about the moralistic aspect, if I didn't know about the post-war situation of the rape survivors and the kind of struggles they encounter. Because what I have seen here, that the discussions that we are having about the comfort level of women after independence, it was stopped totally. because we did not know much about the freedom struggle. That it was due to politics that was prevailing. So Mukti is a very naive girl. She was not able to understand the questions, and she felt she was seen as an arrogant woman, and Murim also gets angry on her because of this. And she is junior, ignorant, innocent. At that time, through this character, I wanted to reveal. I think she wanted I think you talked about youth organization, and Mukti was representing the youth organization because she was naive, and there were many unnecessary questions, and she was arrogant at times.
It seems that by introducing Mukti, you wanted us to think about the proper attitude and role of intellectuals approaching these wartime sexual violence victims. Can we take perhaps just a couple more questions from the audience here? Okay, it's time to wrap up. Thank you so much, everyone, to so attentively listening and silently and by your gestures responding and communicating with us. Thank you, Shaheen, for sharing the stories and your viewpoints. And thank you, questioners, for bringing all these wonderful points into light. I'm sure you can ask questions, approach Shaheen after this session briefly, and have lively conversation. Thank you so much. Bye.
네, 감사합니다. 이렇게 5부 세션까지 마치도록 하고요. 저희는 잠시 10분 동안의 휴식을 가진 뒤에 6부 아시아 청년 포럼 여성과 폭력, 아시아 청년의 눈으로 묻고 답하다를 시작하겠습니다. 잠시 뒤 오후 2시 반에 뵙도록 하겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we begin the part 6, Women and Violence, Ask and Answer Through the Eyes of the Asian Youth. The Asian Youth Forum was participated by students from 5 different countries, Korea, Japan, Malaysia, and the Philippines and Bangladesh. And we discussed the issue of women and violence, and we're going to present the outcomes of their discussion through the presentations. We look forward to seeking answers to the questions through the eyes of the Asian youth. Now I'd like to invite Standing President Yang Gang of the History NGO Forum for Peace in East Asia to deliver the congratulatory remarks. Please give her a big hand.
The Asia Youth Forum, under the theme Ask and Answer Through the Eyes of Asian Youth, is taking place today. Thank you for participating. I'm Yang I'm the standing president of the History NGO Forum for Peace in East Asia, which is a host organization. The Asian Youth Forum is prepared to explore alternatives to think, imagine, and practice through the eyes of young people rather than an abstract and theoretical approach. At this forum, young Asian youth who gather here will understand each other's differences and think about them from young people's perspectives through conversations and questions. Gender violence, which occurs throughout the world, is based on various cultural bases. So each Asian country has its own specificity. Violence in Asian countries appears in various forms based on gender. So if you look at the history of Asian political and economic development, you will be able to grasp the roots of violence in Asia. Mentors and students from Korea, Japan, the Philippines, Bangladesh, and Malaysia will analyze gender-based violence cases in detail at this Asia Youth Forum. Young people from Korea, Japan, and the Philippines will present the Japanese military comfort women issues, as well as North Korean education and child marriage, and also on the topic of gender-based violence against men. For the past 15 years, the History NGO Forum has been striving to overcome historical injustice and create a peaceful East Asian community. All efforts will now take a step forward with active questions and challenges of Asian youth today. I hope that the Asian youth who have visited Korea for the first time enjoy your time here, and I hope that our solidarity of the Asian youth can move our world toward a more just and peaceful place. Thank you.
Thank you, the co-standing president, and this will be the final session. So I'd like to thank you for organizing such a rare and valuable opportunity. And now we'd like to invite the discussion for part 6. We invite Professor of French Literature, Hyoungjoong, to the podium to moderate this session.
And we'd now like to hand over the microphone to Professor Hyoungjoong to moderate the session. Hello, everybody. I'm Hyoungjoong. I'm a professor at Soonam Women's University and also a co-president of the History NGO Forum. I'm teaching Chinese language and Chinese literature at Soonam Women's University. Today we have youth from 5 Asian countries at the Asia Youth Forum, and I am deeply honored to be moderating this meaningful session. The Asia Youth Forum will look at various topics such as war, peace, and the various issues of gender equality under development from the eyes of the youth. Gender violence has many cultural foundations underlying it, so there are regional specificities. During the past 3 months, we have focused on the topic of women and peace and the Asian countries of Korea, Japan, the Philippines, Malaysia, Bangladesh have studied the issue of gender violence and women and violence. And we had numerous discussions and held workshops. And now this is an occasion to share the final outcome. Since we had made devoted efforts until now, I'm looking forward to the presentations. And also we have each mentor professors of each country. I like to extend my sincere gratitude. In part 6, we have the attendance of both the mentors and the mentees. We will invite them onto the stage and we will listen to the students' presentations and also a brief comment of the mentor professors. After we listen to all the presentations and comments, we will have a brief Q&A session. I hope that we do not have a delay. And there will be participants that are joining us online. If you have any questions, please share them in our chat box so that our organizers will deliver them to us so that we can collect them and share them at the Q&A session. And we now like to begin the first presentation. The first team is a Korean team from Sungkyunkwan Women's University. We'd like to invite Hyeryoung and Hyunjoong and Professor Yoon Yeo-jin.
Moon University team that has worked under the Professor Yuk-sung-hee, who was the mentor for the session. And the Sukmyeong team is going to present. The 2 representatives have been selected. And the past, the future, and present and the future will also be encompassed in their presentations. Good afternoon. You're the first team. Given the time constraints, I would have to ask you to begin right away with your presentation. Mrs. Sun Ji-young, would you like to go ahead?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for being here. This is Hyoungjoong, a representative of Korean teams A, B, and C. The topic of our presentation is Japanese military sexual slavery. We especially focused on the significance of testimony and post-memory concerning this topic. So let's begin with a brief explanation of the topic. The victims of the Japanese military sexual slavery are women who were forcibly taken away or deceived by employment fraud. During the Japanese imperial occupation, they had to suffer both physical and psychological pain under cruel sexual violence in Japanese brothels. If they were caught running away, they would be tortured to death. In 1991, Kim Hak-sun, a victim of the Japanese military sexual slavery, publicly testified about the damage she had to go through, urging the Japanese government to acknowledge what they have done and also to make an official apology. The issue has emerged as a huge problem in the international community, and it also has been expanded to the issue of women's rights. However, the Japanese government is still not making reparations, just waiting for the elderly victims to be gone soon. So we thought, as younger generations of women, that we should make sure this history is not forgotten. So, the purpose of the research of our teams was to find proper ways to remember the damage and avoid the recurrence of such damage in the future. So we approached this issue on the perspective of the wartime sexual violence and women's rights. Then we realized a connection between the damage and also current sexual violence issues of today. All three teams studied the same topic, but in a slightly different way. Team A studied the narrative and effect of testimony. Team B studied the change in the social perception of Japanese military sexual slavery. Lastly, Team C studied testimony and its reproduction method with the concept of post-memory. So, our three different topics of the three teams could be connected in two aspects. First, testimony of the victims is the main record of the damage. Second, the testimony has great significance as it acts as a counter to the patriarchal paradigm and helps recover the victim's identity. So, here's the table of our contents. First, I'll cover the importance of testimony as counter-discourse and resilience of subjectivity. Lastly, we are going to look at conclusion from our perspective. Moving on to the importance of testimony as counter-discourse. Patriarchal paradigm has been behind the reason why victims had to stay silent. It turned violation of women's rights into property disputes between men. All this time, men have written history from their perspective and has deprived the subjectivity of women using the society's ideological power. The damage of victims was often portrayed into pornos to fulfill some men's violent sexual fantasies and was also considered a disgrace of losing virginity. So here's a quote by Yamashita Young-e and Ehara Yumiko that shows what I just mentioned earlier. If an assumption that women of one's nation are theirs to keep and violation of those women means tainting men's honor is underlain in men of Korea and Japan, it is enough to force pressure into victims of comfort women to stay silent. Like I said earlier, under the neighbors' and families' oppression to silence the shame of the nation, the victims had to conceal their past and stay silent for many years. Because of the repressive atmosphere formed around the victims, they couldn't recognize the experience as damage. Instead, they internalized humiliation within them. As you can see the statistics on the screen, we can assume that this is one of the reasons why these statistics show that the number of people who returned after liberation was about 20,000, but only 240 people were registered as victims by the Korean government. The victims' testimony made it possible for them to start a new discourse against male-dominated discourse. Therefore, they could put themselves up as a subject of the new discourse. In other words, victims could make their own history against male narration by contributing to the historical work of the Japanese military sexual slavery. Now let's move on to the importance of testimony as resilience of subjectivity as a victim. The victim's testimony is necessary in that it helps us re-examine the history and it makes the damage become visible for us. They can start to identify themselves as a victim survivor and recover dignity as a subject. So for the first time, they are able to break away from the internalized shame and passive attitude towards what they've gone through. Also, subjectivization can also happen in mutual relationships with others. There's a butterfly fund called Nabi Gigum in Korean, and this was established by the victims Kim Bok-dong and Kil Won-ok. The fund supports women who experienced wartime sexual violence. Kim Bok-dong and Kil Won-ok no longer consider themselves humiliated and passive beings, but they redefine themselves as women rights activists who speak up and help other women in need. So let me talk about the connection between youth women and the victims of the Japanese military sexual slavery. The connection between youth women and the victims. Youth women's participation and interest in this issue comes from their awareness of the sexual violence that has been consistently inflicted on women in current society. Coupled with the feminism reboot that has swept through Korea since 2015, the current generations realize that the past damage is not only a problem of the victims' generations, but also theirs, as women who are living under the threat of sexual violence up until now. So, in conclusion, testimony allowed discussion of the issue to extend to current generations rather than just remaining as their own scar. Youth women empathize with the victims in that sexual slavery issue and current sexual violence against women are fundamentally very similar, as the mainstream distorted view of women has not changed a lot. So, next generations, including us, need to continuously pay attention to whether the main view of women's changed in patriarchal paradigm society. We should also keep asking the victims if they feel the changes in their life. The implicit oppression on women should no longer be a barrier to victims who are trying to speak up. The victims here, I mean, both victims of Japanese military sexual slavery and victims of current sexual violence today. So next, we should keep bringing this issue to the present and make sure this never happens again in any form. For that, we all need to be in solidarity. Thank you very much for your attention, and that's all I have for my presentation. Thank you again.
네, 수고하셨습니다. 반유진 학생 바로 이어서
Thank you very much. Would like to, can we ask Pan Yujin to continue with the presentation, the Me Too in Korea and the online movement?
Everyone. I am Yujin Ban from Sungkyunkwan Women's University. Today, I would like to present the result of the study me and my colleagues conducted on the Me Too movement in South Korea under the supervision of Professor Sung Hyeryoung. And this is the table of contents for the presentation. I will be starting this presentation by explaining how Me Too started globally and developed in South Korea with the pre-existing flow of feminism. Then, I will be looking into the reaction on the Me Too movement in Korea, mainly on negative impressions made among young men in South Korea. Our team analyzed why this particular reaction arose, and one key factor we found out was the male-centered attitudes of the press media when reporting the Me Too. The Me Too movement had a great impact internationally, and Korea was not an exception. It is hard to say, however, that the Me Too movement in Korea was simply influenced by the movement in the US. It rather became a part of a bigger feminist movement rebooted at the time in Korea. The following are the main cases. The following are the main cases that show misogynistic hate crime and institutional sexism in Korea, which worked as a background of the feminism reboot in Korea. In 2015, misogyny in the Korean online web was at its peak. In 2016, the gender-based hate crimes were followed by a large memorial movement. The illegal filming and photographing became a public issue in 2018, followed by a large-scale protest over 6 times. In 2019 and even until recently, a lot of sexual exploitation crimes, especially correlated with online messenger applications, got acknowledged by the public. Still, similar crimes are being committed again and again, while the court and the police tend to take these cases without much urgency. Prosecutors Ji-hyun Seo's revelation in 2018. Prosecutor Ji-hyun Seo's revelation in 2018 is a landmark event that ignited the Me Too movement in Korea. Amid the above trend, women from all social standings started publicly accusing sexual violence from 2016 to 2018. After Seo's interview, the Me Too movement swept South Korea. Meanwhile, the public opinion insisting that misogyny does not exist while misandry does caused a lack of institutional protection for women under misogynist crime. Thus, women had to speak out through the social media for themselves about their reality. Now, I would like to present our analysis on reactions to Me Too in Korea. First, let me briefly explain the situation in Korea. The Me Too movement took place simultaneously in various social areas. Specific examples can be seen in the table on the next slide. As you can see in this table, the Me Too revelations are disclosed in various domains such as legal, political, academic, and literary fields. However, substantial punishment for the perpetrators and protection for the victims were given less than expectations. Despite its social and political attention, rather, these victims were commonly subjected to numerous secondary victimization, including workplace harassment, privacy disclosure, vicious rumors, and internet threats. Specific cases are explained in the table on the next slide. We would like to point out that such poor responses are true not only for the revelations of celebrities, but also for those of ordinary people. This is because more than half of the public, especially young Korean men, share an atmosphere that opposes Me Too movement. What you're seeing is a graph that indicates the change of the approval rate regarding the Me Too movement. The red line represents the male cis, which shows that about 70% of men in Korea do not support the Me Too movement. In the increasing trend of policies on gender equality, young men who expect patriarchal privileges may express antipathy toward the feminist agenda. This phenomenon leads to the male disadvantaged discourse, which is strongly shown in the following 2 cases. As a kind of backlash against Me Too, the male group has a judgmental attitude to true Me Too. They complain that men are socially disadvantaged than women by encountering reverse discrimination. They also exclude women from society by insisting on a pants role as a way of their self-rescue. Now, on this third part, I would like to elaborate on how male disadvantaged discourse as an identity politics of the group of young men was both influenced by and has been influencing the media. The male disadvantaged discourse summarizes the man's desire to protect the hierarchical position in patriarchal society. The reason that this sentiment is prevalent in society is because the young generation of male claim that they are burdened with the competition. They argue that current gender equity policies deprive them of their patriarchal advantages, which should have been their birthrights. As such voices earn public agreement, male-centered atmosphere is established, discouraging opportunities for women to speak. The problem we wanted to point out is that current press media strongly agrees and even reinforces the logic of male disadvantaged discourse. We would like to point out how the press media functioned against the Me Too movement. While it is true that the press media helped Me Too to be spread widely to the public, the media accompanies the problem of misleading framing. The male-centered ideas are having a power of influence through the media and play a significant role in forming negative public opinion about Me Too. Rather than criticizing the male-centered discourse, a large portion of the press media in Korea tended to simply repeat and reinforce it, creating an echo chamber of misogyny in Korean society. Many studies commonly criticize that the press reports in Korea hardly had shown their own research on the cause of the sexual violence. Rather, they were busy simply citing the claims of the accusers and their suspects. Moreover, when reporting about the Me Too accusation, some press media showed a compassionate stance for the accused, focusing more on what the accused will go through than the victim's situation. Through these kinds of misleading framings, the press media is failing to highlight structural sexism. As a result, Korean men are getting fewer and fewer opportunities to reflect and learn on the fact that they have the advantage of the sexist culture. These attitudes of the media can lead the public to overlook the misogynic structure which had been affecting every sexual violence. In addition, these reporting attitudes are likely to cause secondary victimizations to the victims of sexual violence. To sum up, with the lack of consideration in this society, the victims are commonly bullied, get invaded their privacy, and threatened by malicious rumors in their daily lives. This indicates that secondary victimization is still ongoing. Therefore, we have been pointing out the problem of the press media's gender-biased attitude, but in fact, the guideline for gender ethics was already sorted out in 2018. Therefore, it is necessary to build a victim-centered attitude, meaning that helping, respecting, and caring for the recovery of victims. This perspective encourages victims to speak their own experiences out and leads victims to make their own choices in ways to solve the case. Ultimately, we should redefine victims, not considering them as just sufferings, but as active speakers. As we have gathered up in this session to exchange insights regarding the matter of women's rights, our team would like to end this presentation by emphasizing the importance of being consistently in solidarity with the survivors of sexual abuse. Thank you all for your attention, and our presentation is over here.
네, 두 분의 발표 감사합니다.
Thank you for the presentations. The self-perception as a subject to overcoming the comfort women problem and the issue of bringing to the public discourse the importance of solidarity and the importance of politicization that the Me Too movement has in Korea, and also about the cross-gender, cross-generation reconciliation and harmony.
I'm Hyeryoung, a mentor of Sungkyunkwan Women's University students. First, let me briefly explain about the Asian Youth Forum workshop held at Sungkyunkwan University. We have 26 participants in this workshop, of which 4 were graduate students and the rest were undergraduates. And we made 6 teams out of these 26 participants. In order to look at the past and the present of Asian women's human rights, we took Japanese military comfort women and the Me Too movement as the main theme. And then 3 teams were assigned to each theme, but detailed research topics were selected according to the interest of the team members within the main themes. The subjects selected by our students ranged from novels to films, victim cases, testimonies of former comfort women, media coverage, and social perceptions about these themes. In the beginning, the topics were too broad or a little bit difficult for students to draw results from in a short period of time. So I guided students to make their topics to be more specific. And as the workshop progressed, I helped the students not just collect data on their topics, but ask themselves questions and experience exploration and argumentation processes to find answers to their own questions. To briefly recap on the topics that each team explored regarding Japanese military comfort women, actually, a panelist in the first session yesterday also mentioned a novel entitled One Person by novelist Kim Sum, and this novel was caught by our students too. So one team explored the significance of testimonial narrative by analyzing Kim Sum's novel One Person. And the other team studied how the social perceptions of the Japanese military comfort women issue had changed within a focus on the images of comfort women. And the last team conducted a study on the limitations on the representations of comfort women and ways to overcome them in the era of post-memory generation. Regarding Me Too movement, the 3 teams is dealt with first, individual case studies of victims of the Me Too movement and the challenges we face in our society. 2, the limitations of Korean media coverage of the Me Too movement. And then lastly, the limitation of identity politics inherent in the Me Too movement. All 6 teams seem to have different topics, but during the workshops, we found a lot of intersections among themselves. So for today's final presentation, the contents of the 3 teams on each theme were merged and reorganized, and the representative students was in charge of the presentation. So in this way, I think that the research results of all the teams that worked so hard together during the summer were at least partially reflected in their final presentation. Although Japanese military comfort women issue and the Me Too movement are familiar topics frequently encountered in our society in Korea, students confessed that they were only superficial knowledge, that the student didn't spend time looking for or studying. So I can say that this workshop was a valuable opportunity for students to study and learn in depth about these 2 topics. Also, by studying gender-based violence experienced by Korean women from the past to the present, it makes students think about the relationship between these historical events and themselves. And I think this workshop also provides students with an opportunity to continuously think about the status of women living in Korean society in the 21st century and practice ways to fight against such violence in our daily life. And I'm convinced that students have expanded their perspectives and experience through workshop activities and taking part in this international academic conference and networking with foreign mentors and students. So I'd like to end my comments with my sincere thanks to the people involved in the History NGO Forum and the Research Institution on Japanese Military Sexual Slavery. Thank you very much. Thank you.
네, 3개월 동안 정말 흥미롭고
For 3
유익한
months, it was a
공부를
very
많이
fruitful
한
and
걸 알 수 있겠네요.
informative experience and study.
한국
And now,
팀의 세 분 모두
thank you very
수고하셨습니다.
much, all three of you from
흥미로운
the
연구
Korean
활동해 주신
team.
한국 팀을 위해서 다시
And
한번 박수
please
부탁드립니다.
share another big round of applause for the team from
잘해주시면
Korea.
됩니다.
Yes, you may now leave the stage.
자, 이어서
And now
일본
we
팀의
will have the
발표와
presentation and
코멘트가
comment from the
있겠습니다.
Japanese team. From Hitotsubashi University, we have students Kimika Asakura and Hanako Negishi and Professor Kato Keiki. Please come up to the stage.
예, 일본 히토스바시대 팀은요.
And the
재학 중인
Hitotsubashi
일본인,
University team had a total of 20 Japanese, Korean Japanese, and Korean students and British students participating in the project.
한일 관계사 입문서를 출간을
Last year,
했다고요.
they
제목이
published
아직
a
밝혀지지 않은 한일
booklet
관계에
called The
대한
Student Story on
학생들의
Unknowing
이야기.
Japan-Korea
제목만 들어도
Relations.
사고 싶은 책인데요.
It makes you really
요즘들의
want
관심을 많이
to buy the
받았고
book just
벌써
by hearing
만부가
the
팔렸다고
title.
합니다.
It already gained a lot of attention and already sold 10,000 copies. And also in this project, they have focused on the issue of the military comfort women issue of Japan and conducted a field survey. And many Japanese students have participated in this project. Hello. And now,
사실 이번 일본군 위안부 문제를
the
연구해
Japanese military
주셨는데요.
comfort
언제
women issue has been your topic of study, and it seems that it's not that easy to study this subject in Japan.
우리 그러면 두
So,
분이 준비한
we have two students that have prepared the
일본군 위안부
presentation
문제를 어떻게 계승할
on
것인가
how
부분의
to
발표 듣도록
succeed
하겠습니다.
the issue of the military comfort women in Japan. Let's listen to the presentation.
그냥 마이크 바로 쓰시면 됩니다. 예.
Yes, you may use a microphone.
はい、こんにちは。日本の一橋大学から来ました根岸花子と申します。本日は
I'm Negishi from the Hitoshiko University of Japan, and today I'd like to talk on the presentation of how to succeed, how to inherit the issue of the Japanese military comfort women.
朝鮮植民地支配という正義
And the Kato Kato seminar in Japan is a seminar on modern and contemporary Korean history. We discuss the injustice of colonial rule, of the Korean colonial rule and war crimes committed by Japan, mainly against Asia, such as the Japanese military comfort woman issue, in the context of historical facts. And based on the idea that the history of the Japanese military comfort woman system and other forms of perpetration of Japan should be widely communicated and inherited, we have engaged in various activities. And we have compiled a video of our usual seminar and various activities such as exchange meetings and field work. And now let's take a brief look. Yes, can we have the video on?
예, 동영상이 지금 플레이.
Yes, this is a video.
は在日朝鮮人が通う大学です。
And we visited a university where the Korean Japanese attend. Next.
そもそもなぜ日本軍慰安婦問題を継承すべきなのでしょうか。
Then why should we inherit the Japanese military comfort women issue in the first place? And here we'd like to discuss our awareness of the issue. The Japanese military comfort women system was a system under which many women, mainly from Asia, were taken against their will, treated as sex slaves and subjected to sexual violence by the Japanese military against the background of ethnic discrimination, gender discrimination, and class discrimination due to the invasion and colonial rule. At the so-called comfort stations, women were deprived of their various freedoms. Their human rights were violated and their dignity was lost. Even after Japan's defeat in World War II, Japan continues to be insincere in its attitude and pretends that the problem has been solved with superficial and insufficient apologies that do not respect the wishes of the victims without investigating and recognizing the facts and without making compensation. Therefore, the dignity of the affected women have not been restored and the essential problem has not been resolved. However, in today's Japanese society, the structure of discrimination and exclusion that gave birth to the Korean colonial rule and the Japanese military comfort women system still remains. It is true that those of us born after the World War II did not directly commit such acts in the past. However, in a society where such structures of discrimination and exclusion remain, the history of Korean colonial rule and the Japanese military comfort women system are not irrelevant to us, and we have a responsibility to destroy these structures. To fulfill this responsibility, we must face history and learn about the Japanese military comfort women and speak up to prevent its recurrence and hand it on. And that is why we need to inherit this issue. Based on this awareness, the Kato seminar has been engaged in various activities to carry out the Japanese military comfort women issue. We published a book and interviewed, and we had interviews by major media and conducted field research on the Japanese military comfort women issue in Okinawa. First, regarding the publication, last July, 5 undergraduate students belonging to the Kato seminar published a book titled The Japan, Korea, Moya Moya, and Me as a University Student. And this book is a kind of a super introduction to the history of the Korean Peninsula and Japan, starting from the various Japan-Korea mumbo-jumbo that we often encounter in our exposure to Korean culture and news. It is a very basic introduction. We have been very aware of the current popularity of the Korean culture and K-pop among the young people in Japan, and we felt it necessary to convey not only the historical facts, but also how to face history to K-pop fans and other Korean culture enthusiasts and people who are not interested in history. So I thought it was necessary to convey not only historical facts, but also how to face history, that is the methodology. So in this book, we also addressed the issue of the Japanese comfort women issue and mentioned Mary Mont and the statue of the Girl of Peace. And also in this book, we talked about the concept of moya moya based on our own experiences, which entails frustration and the grievance, and also started a chain of events in which readers who read the book also talked about their own moya moya experiences. And next, I was also interviewed by a media called Model Press, and in connection with a book published by the seminar, we did an interview by Model Press, and the article was published on the internet. In the interview, I talked about how we should face history, on the history of injustice and criminal acts committed by Japan, especially in Asia, such as the Korean colonial rule and the Japanese military comfort women system, as well as the history of the perpetration of human rights violation against people. The interview And the publication of the article provided an opportunity for many readers to face the history of Japan's perpetration and to carry on the Japanese military comfort women issue. And thirdly, in order to learn more deeply about the reality of the comfort women issue, we conducted a field trip in Okinawa, and we prepared a short video summarizing our research. So please take a look.
Next. 沖縄調査の内容として、まずフィールドワークをより有意義なものにするため、事前学習として沖縄における
In order to make the fieldwork more meaningful, we first read an article discussing the Japanese military comfort women system in Okinawa and also books about the comfort women. And it included a book on the Baebonggi, a Korean woman who was taken to Okinawa and who was forced to work as a comfort woman. And we discussed the situation and also to understand not only Okinawa but also the Japanese military comfort woman system itself. We watched and discussed a movie about Song Shin-do, a Korean female victim of the comfort woman system in Japan. And we did these preliminary studies, and we could learn once again that the Japanese military comfort woman system was an unjust war crime that trampled on the dignity of the female victims, and that it was a serious issue that caused them lifelong suffering, not only from direct sexual harm, but also after their liberation from the comfort women system. And I think I also gained an important attitude to think about the issue from the perspective of the female victims. And during the actual research in Okinawa, we first interviewed Ms. Kim Hyun-ok, who has long supported Ms. Bae Bong-gi. We also attended a lecture by an Okinawa Comfort Station researcher and also conducted the actual fieldwork. We took a ferry to Tokashiki Island and actually visited the site of the comfort station where Bae Bong-gi was forced to work as a comfort woman. And also the students were able to understand the history of the Japanese military comfort woman system in a more three-dimensional way. We also visited the ruins of several comfort stations in Kadena, but these were only some of the many comfort stations built by the Japanese military in Okinawa. Also, I realized once again the historical fact that the injustice of the Japanese military comfort woman system was systematically and on a large scale promoted by the Japanese military. And now I'd like to hand over the microphone to the other member of our team, Ms. Okonegishi, who will introduce another organization, which is Fight for Justice. Fight for Justice is a website production committee for the Japanese military comfort women issue, whose main mission is to provide historical facts and responsibility for the Japanese military comfort women system with clear sources and evidence, such as documents, testimonies, and others. The website was created by a group of students and other young people, and we should note that it is launched by many young people through the internet. And we realized we need a space to have a better understanding of the Japanese military comfort women issue. And we launched the website in 2013, and we could learn of the issue in a proper manner. And in addition to the basic facts, you can also see the testimonies, the camp, the comfort stations. And it is available not only in Japanese, but also in English, Korean, and Chinese and other languages. We have also been conducting the so-called Next Generation Creation Project since last year with many young students and young members. Under the title of 10 Questions to Understand the Japanese Military Comfort Women Issue, we're producing a 2-minute video in which we answer the most frequently asked questions. At this stage, we are currently working on a series of videos titled, What is the Japanese Military Comfort Women System? And another video is titled, What is the statue of the Girl of Peace? And also, we will be releasing more videos on the public prostitution system and the colonial rule. And next, I'd like to introduce the organization called Collabo. Collabo was founded in 2011 by Muno Nito, the representative of Collabo. Based on her own experience, she believes that girls who cannot go home can only be approached by sex traffickers and prostitutes, and that situation should be changed. That was a reality that she thought must change. And Collabo is not a support group, but a movement for those involved in the sex trade. Recently, the Women's Human Rights Center has been established to work not only with women in their teens and 20s, but also with women who are currently in the sex trade. Our main projects include educational programs and outreach at bus cafes, and also operating temporary shelters and apartments for long-term stays. In our outreach activities, we actually go downtown at night to the red light districts and talk to the girls in their teens and 20s who are out there. Collabo also has a support group called Subomi, which is made up of girls who are connected to Collabo and work together with other girls in the same situation. And we're not just trying to support the girls, but we ourselves are also involved in the activities with the awareness, but we are living in the Japanese society where the girls are living.
以上のような桜さんの活動をゼミで共有し、どのように日本軍や問題を継承すべきか考えるために報告会を開催し、議論を行いました。
And we also shared these issues and the activities of Ms. Asakura during a seminar and held a briefing session to discuss how the issue of the Japanese military comfort woman should be passed on to the next generation. In the report, the participants learned about the actual situation of sexual exploitation and sexual violence in contemporary in Japan, and also the violation of women's human rights, as well as the activities of organizations working to resolve these issues. The current situation of sexual violence, exploitation, and human rights violation against women is strongly related to the structure that created the Japanese military comfort women's system in the first place. The report by Ms. Asakura is a very meaningful session that deepened our discussion on what we can do to inherit the Japanese military comfort women issue, as we see it not as a problem of the past, but also a deeply relevant issue of today. And also finally, as a summary of this report, I'd like to talk about what is important for us to take the initiative in inheriting the Japanese military comfort woman issue. First of all, I think it is important to first listen to the survivors' stories. I think it is important to listen to and accept the voices of survivors of the Japanese military comfort women issue and women who are currently suffering from sexual violence and sexual exploitation. I also believe that the Japanese military comfort woman issue is not a problem of the past. It's also a problem that continues today. This is because we believe that the issue of the Japanese comfort woman is not only an unresolved issue, but also an issue that is connected to the sexual exploitation of today. Both issues have in common the fundamental violation of women's rights, and many survivors of the Japanese military comfort women confess their victimization in the hope that as few people as possible would feel the same way as themselves. However, many women still suffer from sexual violence and sexual exploitation today. I don't think the wishes of survivors are being fulfilled in the Japanese society. Therefore, in order to solve the problem, I think it necessary to take the viewpoint that both the Japanese military comfort woman issue and the modern-day sexual exploitation are human rights violation against women. I also think it is important for us to have a sense of ownership of the issue of the Japanese comfort women as our own problem. Although our generation is not directly involved in this issue, we are still responsible in the sense that we live in a society that is unable to resolve the issue of the Japanese comfort women, and that has allowed the violation of the women's rights to continue. Finally, I believe that it is very important for our younger generation to create a solidarity in order to carry out the tradition. We sometimes feel alone, and sometimes we think that we cannot do anything on our own. However, by working together with others of the same mind and those who are tackling this issue, even a small force could become a great power. And for this reason, I would like to work in solidarity with colleagues in Japan and other countries. Thank you.
네, 일본군 위안부 문제와 성매매를 비롯한 성착취, 성폭력 등을 보다 폭넓은 차원에서 접근해서 여성에 대한 인권 침해 문제로 보고 연대와 협력을 하자라고
and we were able to listen and to the need for the solidarity in the future.
私たちは韓国近代史、植民地支配のことを学ぶゼミで。
Hello, I'm Kato.
今日発表した2人に加えて、
And we've engaged in the study of the Japanese military comfort women issue. In addition to the two presenters, we have 4 more participants. And also in our seminar member, we also have Korean students studying in Japan. So we have a total of 6 students present today. We work together as a team. And what I'd like to comment on is the environment that the Japanese students have studied and engaged in the project, and then discuss the significance of their project. When looking at the situation in the Japanese society, when I taught the military comfort women issue in my classroom, this is something I frequently hear from my students. They say that they have never thought that the Japanese military comfort women issue was a human rights issue. Through the media or through the internet, the students would gain a lot of information, and they would normally believe that. That is, the military comfort women issue has been raised especially by the South Korean government to create an anti-Japanese sentiment, and that it is trying to somewhat instigate Japan, and they had this type of a misunderstanding, such as discrimination against ethnic groups or countries. And because so we can see that there's a lack of an understanding of the issue, that it is a human rights issue. And they do not have the awareness of the victims from other countries. So how did this happen? I think the most likely reason is the overwhelming influence of historical denialism in the Japanese society, which justifies, distorts, and denies the facts of the Japanese military comfort women system and the perpetration of the colonial rule. Historical deniers not only seize the central power in Japan, but unfortunately, the influence of historical denialism has become overwhelmingly powerful at the citizen level. They're saying that Korea is violating international law and is creating anti-Japanese sentiment, and this is the overwhelming atmosphere. Even as K-pop and K-dramas are very popular, only few Japanese are willing to seriously address historical issues. And I believe one of the reasons for the seriousness of sexism and ethnic discrimination in Japan is the lack of reflection on the Japanese military comfort women issue. So under these circumstances, the comfort women issue and the colonial rule issue, and viewing it from the individualized victim's perspective, has been the focus of our students' efforts, and I think this is where the significance lies in. And they conducted an interview with Kim Hyun-ok, who long supported Daebonggi in Okinawa, and they could have an indirect experience of the lives of the victims. And they also visited the comfort stations, including Dokashiki Island, and also thought about the actual damages done by the comfort women system. And they also connected the issue of gender discrimination to the Japanese military comfort women issue. And in addition to that, it is noteworthy that the group has been aware that the historical denialism is still very influential in Japan. And they also published books and presented their opinions through the media. And through these activities, a small number of people who previously had no interest in the issue of Japanese comfort women and colonial rule have now started to take interest. And I believe that sincerely addressing the issue of the historical abuse is the first step toward creating a Japanese society where human rights are respected. While I believe that there are so many challenges Japanese society is faced, but I look forward to the students' efforts. And with that, I'd like to conclude. I understood that history education is most important as I listened to your comment. And we see such committed students as well as the leadership of activists and professors like you. I could expect and we could be optimistic that the future of Japan will be much brighter. Thank you very much, all three of you.
자리로 가주시면 됩니다.
Please return to your seats.
다음은
And next, we invite the presenters from the Philippines. Malia Lei, Kalganila French University of the Philippines of Manila, Philippines, and the mentor, who is Bernard Magno Calania, Professor of the University of the Philippines, Manila. They participated in they were in a participatory engagement, and a total of the 50 students had worked together with the policymakers and the high-level government officials. They interviewed those officials and also the senators from the Manila city, and as well as the members of the parliament. Welcome. Please be seated. So we have only one presenter here. Yes, I visited Philippines many times. I feel very familiar with your country. Can we ask you to remove the mask? It's okay to remove the mask on stage. I understand that there are quite a few Japanese military combat women victims in the Philippines as well, so we'd like to hear more about the Philippines experience through your presentations. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon to everyone, to our esteemed speakers, our generous sponsors and hosts, as well as to everyone else in the room. I'm here to present Women Helping Women, the Philippine position on the global comfort women issue. Next, please. So this is an outline of what I shall be discussing with you today. So next, please. We shall start with a very short video.
It has been nearly 8 decades since the Second World War. 8 decades since the Japanese troops stepped foot onto Philippine soil and took over our lands. And it has been about 30 years since comfort women across Asia started to share their stories about the abuse they faced at such a young age. In the Philippines, during the course of World War II, the Japanese military has been abducting girls as young as 10 years old to become comfort women for the soldiers. The term comfort women came from the word iyanfu, which translates to comforting, consoling woman. This term is a euphemism for the sexual slavery these girls had undergone. The comfort women was established for 4 reasons. The first is to prevent the mass rape of women in every territory occupied by the Japanese military. This was so that anti-Japanese military propaganda would not spread, therefore securing success in occupying the lands. Next is to provide relief for the Japanese military. Japanese soldiers barely got any relief from the hours they served on duty. Hence, to satisfy the carnal desire of these men, the comfort system was created. Third is to prevent any sexually transmitted diseases that could affect the performance of the soldiers on the battlefield. And lastly, having military brothels allowed for the government to eliminate the chance of moles and spies within the camp. For several years, Filipino comfort women have been begging the government to push for a genuine apology from Japan so that they may finally be at peace. Female government officials such as Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Lauren Legarda, and former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo have created efforts and policies to bolster the recognition of these women. But these were implemented more than 10 years ago. So, what can the current administration do for the surviving comfort women now? The students of Professor Carganilia had the chance of interviewing legislators and government officials regarding the issue. Fortunately, every organization or individual we interviewed was in support of the comfort women while expressing their disappointment with the lack of action from the Japanese government.
Back in high school, 1992, I recall how I resented the Japanese people when I was studying history regarding World War II in particular, the comfort women issue. It was during the time when victims were encouraged to come out and to tell their stories for a stronger case against the Japanese government.
The Philippine Commission on Women is in the best position to file bills or propose solutions that is related to the advocacy of violence against women and children. As an institution, the Philippine Commission on Women also has an official stand on the global comfort women issue. I am also in disagreement with some of the arguments raised by the government of Japan that given several treatises and by bilateral agreements that they have already addressed the issues of reparations, and that they have no legal obligations on the settlements of calls for reparations.
But what else can be done? What else are we lacking?
At the end of the day, it boils down on the execution on those advices, on those reports, on those suggestions. Because it's easy to make a suggestion. It is easy to make a law. However, when it comes to enforcing the law or executing that law, it's kind of hard.
We must work together and continue to inform the community of what has transpired in the past. Then, and only then, can these women have peace. And once we do, little by little, we start to move forward from the issue, learn from it, and do better in protecting not only these surviving comfort women, but women in general.
Next slide, please.
It has been nearly 8 decades since the Second World War.
Okay. Next slide. Okay. At present, the surviving comfort women, or as we would call Lola, suffer lifelong disabilities, sexual diseases, and severe, as well as physical mental trauma. Many of these women can't bear children, and if they do, they have hidden from their past. They have hidden their past from their spouses and children in fear of being judged. Additionally, due to being abandoned after the war, many of these Lolas were left unemployed, leading to a life of poverty. Next, please. So, for years, the survivors have sought support from the government to aid them in being recognized. For these women, justice comes in the form of acknowledgement and a sincere apology from Japan, one without any conditions that prevent them from being able to express their grief surrounding the issue. Next, please. As of now, there are only 6 Senate bills and 2 resolutions that directly involve comfort women. Next, please. The first is the ones filed by Senator Pia Cayetano. She introduced 4 of these bills entitled the Comfort Women Compensation and Benefit Act of 2004, 2007, 2010, and 2013. These bills seek to recognize the fate of these comfort women and alleviate their suffering through financial, health, and health insurance assistance from the government. Next, please. Senator Lauren Legarda introduced the other 2, focusing on the inclusion of comfort women in Philippine history books as well as Philippine education. These bills were filed in 2008 and 2013 respectively, but both state that the Department of Education shall therefore conduct a complete, objective and historical documentation of the facts and events about Filipino victims of sexual coercion during World War II. She was also the one who filed both resolutions in 2008. The first one urged the Japanese government to formally apologize and accept historical responsibility. And the second one commended a comfort woman named Lola Masing for her unwavering determination to pursue justice for Filipino comfort women during World War II. Next, please. The government is still making efforts to ensure that support is being given to them. In 2017, Senator Cayetano once again filed House Bill 1182, otherwise known as the Comfort Women Compensation Benefit Act of 2017. 3 years later, Honorary Luis Raymond Villafuerte filed for House Bill 1672, which is an act providing for pension and health benefits to comfort women. Both of these bills were referred to the Committee on Women and Gender Equality and have yet to be passed. Next, please. So a position paper regarding this issue recommended some additions to the bills. These recommendations were having the Comfort Women statue restored as a non-monetary form of reparation. Next. And in addition to the identified comfort women, their heirs should be able to apply for reparation on their behalf. The filing application period should be extended throughout the subject comfort women's lifetime, and that the processing should continue in case she dies. Please, next. They stress that the memorial for the comfort women's suffering should be set up so that the public may always be reminded of what had happened. But what should we focus on so that the agencies may participate in creating policies that include Filipino comfort women? Please, next. So, Sir Cornelius students, including myself, have reached out to policymakers on what their position is regarding the comfort women issue. Before I present the findings, I would like to say that most of them were unavailable for the interviews. Though it is understandable that they are busy with their prior engagements, it is disappointing to realize that the issue of comfort women may not be at the forefront of their priorities. Nevertheless, there are still several policymakers that are steadfast in their stance, so it's better to have some than none at all. Next, please. Every single legislator, next point. Thank you. Every single legislator recognizes the plight of what the comfort women had been through. Each of them had commended those who continued to push for a sincere act of apology from Japan. The issue that the Japanese government must recognize that it is its lack of accountability. They must face their past and show a genuine willingness to change the lives of those they have affected, allowing them to speak up without fear of censorship. In doing so, this contributes to a better future for not only Japan, but for every other country that was involved. However, they also mentioned that agencies must not stop at comfort women. Legislators must include women from all walks of life in drafting laws, creating projects, and allocating funds for said programs. Next, please. Violence against women is not just a human rights issue, but a social, economic, developmental, legal, and health issue. The interviewed legislators also voiced their support for the position of the Kumaraswamy report, as it entails the injustice enacted upon the comfort women of the past, but reflects the state of Filipino women in the present. So this includes the modern comfort women who are sexually abused in their homes or sexually trafficked. Next, please. So this is said by Emil Jonty Mangera. So he said that women are considered to be one of the most vulnerable victims of violence. Thus, they need to have more protection. Next, please. In terms of creating any bills or ordinances regarding comfort women, none of the interviewed government officials were able to make any because they are not part of their respective constituents. This reaffirms the fact that the issue of comfort women is not included in the usual priorities of policymakers. Next, please. Attorney Jessamine Uy, City Councilor of City of Ilagan, brought up an interesting point in why this is so. She states that Philippine government is weak in enforcing what we have, and we are weak in actively protecting the rights of women and children. Next. However, that doesn't mean there aren't people who are not trying. Officials from both local and national governments still make efforts in protecting the rights of women and children. Through several programs and local ordinances, they strive to foster a safe environment so that they are aware of what can be done for them. One such example would be the establishment of Magna Carta of Women, also known as Republic Act 9710, during Honorary Arroyo's time as president. This Republic Act is what gave birth to the Philippine Commission on Women, allowing for an improved coordination between the public and private sectors to fully incorporate women's issues into the developmental process. Next, please. It is clear that though the issue of comfort women issue is not the forefront of their priorities, it is something that they will consider in the future policies. But of course, every policy and project requires a budget. Next, please. Since the Philippines is a beneficiary of official development assistance, of which Japan is the primary donor, the comfort women suffer a soft form of censorship. Next, please. In 2010, the Malaya Lolas filed the petition for the respondents to espouse their claims for a sincere apology and other reparations against Japan before the International Court of Justice. They argued that the executive department favored Japan over comfort women as the AWF funds and peace treaty were sufficient reparations. Unfortunately, their petition was denied, as taking up any petition may disrupt and even harm relations between Japan and Philippines. Next, please. Whether this is interpreted as a form of indirect bribery or utang na loob, a Filipino concept wherein we feel indebted to those who provided aid, one thing remains clear. Japan's economic ties with the Philippines hinders progress on this issue. Next, please. Hence why applying gender-responsive budgeting is important in tackling what the Philippine government can do for comfort women. Next, please. So, gender-responsive budgeting, or GRB, works to ensure that collection and distribution of public resources is done in a way that is efficient and advances in gender equality and empowers women. It should be founded on the in-depth research that identifies practical solutions for putting into practices laws and policies that improve women's rights. Next, please. Thus, gender becomes an integral part of budgeting processes. In turn, all of the country's issues, past, present, and future, are taken into account when allocating public funding. Legislators can create budgets, design policies, and execute them based on the Magna Carta of Women by acknowledging the history and past atrocities carried out by those that have colonized us. Due to the Philippines' dire economic situation, GRB enables lawmakers to take a more active role in promoting legislation that addresses gender issues and other related community concerns. Annual budget allocation should also go to comfort women to support their families, as well as education programs to prevent this issue from being forgotten. It is imperative we keep this bleak part of history alive so that all of us may learn from the past, make amends in the present, and move forward to a future with brighter outcomes and stronger ties. Next, please. So in conclusion, next, please. The Philippine government currently does not take priority in the issue of Filipino comfort women. Despite this, through the interviews conducted, it is evident that local and national government officials have the disposition to fight for them. This is observed in their efforts to accommodate the modern comfort women, as they are able to reflect the experiences of the past with the ones of the present. They recognize the sufferings these lolas have undergone and have opened their eyes and hearts to the issue. Thus, we can only hope through these interviews and ongoing advocacies, they take initiative to start including these comfort women and their families in future ordinances, bills, and policies. At the same time, it is also crucial that they apply GRB for their plans, as it allows a more efficient method for planning for men, children, and women. Next, please. To conclude, I'd like to leave you with 5 areas that Senior Deputy Speaker Honorary Arroyo noted to cultivate. The first is capacity building to train women to increase their participation in political life. Next is the promotion of women's entrepreneurship, mentoring. Next is mentoring of the younger generation of legislators and leaders to ensure the continuity of efforts for gender equality. Fourth is to increase the programs regarding the protection of female overseas Filipino workers. And lastly, emphasizing the need for political will and political skill in the legislature to continue advancing the rights of women. Next, please. So in doing so, we may achieve women empowerment in all areas of life, especially in the government, as stated by then-President Arroyo to the Prime Minister Koizumi on her visit to Japan. The Philippines and Japan should think of innovative ways to extend support to the surviving comfort women. Comfort women need a voice of power. What more than having women in the government to represent them? This is a prime example of how women can help women in this day and age. Thank you so much for listening. Magandang araw at maraming salamat po sa inyong pakikinig.
Having listened to the interpretations, I think it's the same. If you listen to the interpretation as you interpret, young generation tend to speak very fast. There is no breathing room for the interpreters. Having listened to the interpreters, I thought that they were gasping for breath, and I felt sorry for the interpreters. Now, having listened to these presentations, I think that the apology and the compensations should come out of Japan, and it's not coming out. It's quite deplorable. And we are having a deadlock situation because of diplomacy, but in the Philippines it's ODA linked. So I feel there's empathy or sympathy towards these people working for to realize these advancements. And you talked about the gendered aware budget system, and I do hope that we'll be able to listen more in the future about them. And now I'd like to ask Professor Barnett to comment on this.
Good afternoon. Yes, I affirm the findings of Malere Frange. Next, we are privileged to present in remembrance of the memories of Nelia Sancho, of the original task force and Lola's Compañeras, as well as Richilda Richie Extremadura, the original liaison of Lila Filipina. Next, we would like to emphasize that this presentation is being done in the year of our Lord 2022, which is also the 80th anniversary of the Battle of Bataan, the 80th anniversary of the Fall of Bataan, the 80th anniversary of the Bataan Death March, and many other World War II related events. And we see the Comfort Women system as part and parcel of the entire machinery, the entire fascist machinery in the Philippines. So we cannot divorce Bataan from the Comfort Women issue. Our new findings here, Malaya and I, are the realization that the same cannibalistic Japanese Imperial Army units that ate people in Mindanao are the same units that also abducted women and girls in the same area. So these Japanese cannibals are also slavers. And even before they became news items, they're already bundles of the war crimes transcripts in the Philippine National Archives. So that's what we discovered in doing this research. Malere Frange speaks on behalf of 80 students from the University of the Philippines, Manila, undergraduates currently enrolled in Philippine history, as well as Master of Management students, and 100 cadets of the Philippine Public Safety Academy. And so their attempts to apply the whole of government approach and the whole of society approach produced about 24 responses. The most important one coming from Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, who was President of the Republic in 2001 and has sustained the effort today as an incumbent Senior Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives. So I would also like to add that in terms of legislation, about 3 weeks ago, we had managed to lobby for the passage at the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, House Bill 0933, which shall make World War II readings mandatory in Philippine history subjects at the collegiate and university level, where, of course, we will ensure that the topic of the Comfort Women are included. That is part of the package. And we are now working to lobby for the passage of this bill into law in the upper chamber of the Philippine Senate. As a conclusion, I would like to add that I'm also here as the corporate secretary of the Hunters ROTC Guerrillas Historical Society. And as far as the victorious World War II guerrillas of the Philippines are concerned, it is still open season on the fascist war criminals. Riat Justicia, Ruat Celum, let justice be done, though the heavens fall. Thank you to the hosts and sponsors at Mabuhay.
Yes, at the Manila University, so you said that 80 students participated. That's a very large group. And also you were able to influence the political sphere as well as the legislative body, and that's a huge outcome. I really look forward to more efforts being started by the Filipina, the colleagues for the loyalists in the Philippines. So thank you very much.
네, 들어가 주시면 됩니다.
And now, this is the fourth team. The fourth team is from Sabah University of Malaysia. We have Nurul Ana binti Abdul Latif, Alexion Dianok Sunga, and the mentor, Professor Ayesha Abu Bakar. Well, the names were quite challenging to pronounce. Please come up to the stage. The Malaysian team has two topics. The first topic is on child marriage. And child marriage has become an important issue in implementing the Convention on the Rights of Child that Malaysia has joined. And the second topic is Professor Aya's report on sexual violence against men and women at a recent seminar with the International Review Committee. And it has brought students to have attention to that. I think it has brought a new perspective. Hello, everybody. Unlike the Malaysian team, unlike the previous teams, Malay had a very local and regional-oriented topic, and the second topic will be gender-based violence against men and male. 안녕하십니까? 저는 여러분들께 저희 그룹 멤버를 소개해드리고자.
Our last member is Sujita Billy. Me and Fizi Shafina will be presenting our research entitled Advocacy Towards Ending Child Marriage in Sabah, Malaysia. So the reason we chose Sabah for the cases of child marriage is because Sabah is the third state that has the highest cases from 2013 to 2018. The purpose of our research are to advocate for the ending of child marriage in Sabah, to analyze the actions by different stakeholders on the issue, and the last one is to discuss the role of government. Also, the reason we chose the issue of child marriage is because it is a form of sexual gender-based violence. But how it can be a form of sexual gender-based violence? This issue has been recognized as a form of sexual gender-based violence by United Nations and numerous states, and it's also a violation to the human rights, where it can lead to domestic violence, rape, and other destructive gender-based acts of violence. For your information, the majority of child marriage victims are females. They are more likely to suffer from the domestic violence and less likely to remain in school. This issue brings to the discrimination against women and deep-rooted gender inequality that is at the core of violence against the females. Next is the government and civil society response towards ending child marriage in Malaysia. So this is the government response towards the issue. In the 2022, it was stated by the Minister of Women, Family and Community Development, the government does not have any plans to ban underage marriage, but they still committed in preventing the issue in a different way. However, this is the civil society's response. They called for a ban on child marriage in Malaysia because it is totally unacceptable anywhere in the world. They also stated that it has against the basic principles of Convention on the Rights of the Child Rights, the CRC that Malaysia also has signed. But the question is child marriage a part of CRC? The answer is yes. CRC defines it as someone, either one or both partners, being married below 18. CDOI and CRC committees have been giving a particular attention to cases where girls being married against their will. It was also stated child marriage also a form of forced marriage. CRC stated that preventing underage marriage is to ensure that minors are free from the burden of marriage. Next is the Malaysian laws and child marriage. Malaysia's plural legal system recognizes the civil and criminal jurisdiction of the common law-based civil court, as well as Islamic law, which is the jurisdiction of the Sharia court in each state. Muslim and non-Muslim marriages are governed by separate sets of laws. As for Muslim, they are governed by the individual Islamic family law, enactment or ordinance of each state, while for non-Muslim, the major statute is the Law Reform Marriage and Divorce Act 1976. For Peninsular Malaysia's Orang Asli and Sabah and Sarawak's Bumiputra, their religion decides which laws they must follow by, which means if they are Muslim, they marry under the Islamic law. and if they are non-Muslim, they may choose whether to marry under the Law Reform Act or the customary law.
Next, I will continue this presentation with minimum age of marriage in Malaysia. For Muslims, all state Islamic laws say the age of marriage at 18 for Muslim boys and 16 years old for Muslim girls. Notwithstanding this, however, marriage below this minimum age may be allowed by provided the permission from the Sharia court. For non-Muslim in Malaysia, the Law Reform Act specifies that the minimum age of marriage is 18 years for men and a full and complete 16 years old for women, and all parties below 21 years old must obtain parental consent. However, girls between the age of 16 and below 18 must obtain special permission from their chief minister of their state, and an application must be made to the Register of Marriage under the Law Reform Act. No marriage is allowed if the parties below the minimum age requirement, and any marriage solemnized between persons below the required age is considered as void. This is the general situation of child marriage in Sabah. Number of Muslim child marriage that was recorded by the Sharia Judiciary Department in Sabah between 2011 to October 2016 is 955 cases. 505 of the cases were females and remaining are males. As for the number of non-Muslim indigenous communities child marriage in Sabah, there are no data recorded because early marriage is a norm among the non-Muslim indigenous communities. If a child who already hit their puberty, that means they are ready to be married off. The number of non-Muslim girls child marriage that was recorded by the National Registration Department in Sabah between 2005 to October 2015 is 165 cases. Hence, we know that child marriage is mostly due to poverty, stigma, and social norms that dictate that underage marriage is the best solution in society to deal with the problem. However, in Sabah, unequal access to educational facilities and underdevelopment are seen to be the root of Sabah child marriage issue. Most rural areas in Sabah are fall behind in social development. Broadly speaking, rural areas in Sabah have limited education facilities as they are less of schools, preschools, and the whole spectrum of education. Specifically, when accessing this scenario in Sabah, most boys will continue their education after completing primary school and move into a dorm in pursuing their secondary school, in contrast to girls who are less likely to do so after their primary school. In this case, we know that the education department has a big role to play. Together with, there need to be more government intervention, such as providing development in rural areas. In other words, more hostels for female students should be developed so that they will stay in school if indeed their family are unable to support the life of their children rather than marrying them off. Altogether, if there is no intervention is taken, as a result, children and family suffer until child marriage becomes an option. Parents think that is more relevant to send their sons rather than their daughters to go to school and marry off their daughters as one of the solutions to get out of hardship. Next is advocacy effort toward a ban on child marriage in Sabah. In 2018, there were two advocacy efforts to stop child marriage. First is Girl Not Bride has created a joint statement on stopping child marriage in Malaysia, and it was signed by 46 stakeholders. Second is the former Chief Minister of Sabah has called for Sabah government to raise minimum age of marriage to 18 years old without reservation. In 2019, Sabah Ministry of Law and Native Affairs with UNICEF has joined together by organizing a state action plan with stakeholders in 3 days workshop that aim to end child marriage in 10 years' time, starting from 2020 to 2030. In 2020, Pakos Trust has held an awareness webinar on ending child marriage in Sabah. A joint statement released after the event said that marriage for people under age 18 is thought to be part of a cultural system. In 2021 and now, Sabah government has held an awareness talks on stopping child marriage at 20 secondary schools in the state that involve the student, parents, and teacher. Next is government challenge. In 1995, the government of Malaysia ratified the CRC, which is International Human Rights Treaty, which upholds the civil, political, economic, social, health, and cultural rights of all minors below 18 years old. As a step toward the right of the children, Government of Malaysia passed the Child Act in 2001. It's an act to consolidate and amend the laws relating to the care, protection, and rehabilitation of children, and to provide for matters therewith and incidental thereto. Even if Malaysia already has the Child Act that can protect the children, however, they still cannot make any decision on banning child marriage. This is because of the Malaysian law itself. Malaysia law is known to have an overlapping and conflicting legal system under the authority of the federal and state governments. As for conclusion, the government needs to take immediate action to prevent child marriage. It should create and implement a national action plan that will involve more sectors in the society. Access to education in the rural areas must be improved, including the provision of accommodation or boarding facilities. Education will enhance their quality of life, including that of their family. Education and awareness on child marriage among the public need to be increased. The message must be clear that every child deserves the chance to reach their full potential, instead of resorting to child marriage as their only option. Thank you for your attention, and let's end child marriage together.
Yes, all types of sexual violence need to be criticized. Above all, violence against children is one of the most dire actions of the cruelty of women. And sometimes the relation makes it more difficult to apply a single law, and this is another dire reality. And next, we'll move on to Professor Ayechi's presentation.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Alex Shantianoksunga from the University Malaysia Sabah. For this year's conference, my group's title will be, Why is Sexual Gender-Based Violence Amongst Men and Boys Underreported? As a brief definition, sexual violence is the activity or behavior that occurs without the explicit consent of the victim, such as rape. At the same time, sexual gender-based violence is a wide range of harmful behaviors motivated by power dynamics between sexes. Through various literature, there are three factors to consider when it comes to the reasons for underreporting. The first point is society's gender expectation. Basically, men are expected to protect themselves and they are expected to be the protector. And being victims would mean failing their manly responsibility. Studies by Javai 2014 suggest that even the authorities might downplay or make it seem trivial that a man can fall victim to sexual gender-based violence. So at the end, it remains hidden. Next is stereotypical gender roles, where masculinity is a social expectation of being a man, such as men are not allowed to cry or perceived as weak. At the same time, femininity is the direct opposite of that, and is seen as the weaker gender attribute. With that in mind, hegemonic masculinity, on the other hand, is where males are socialized into showing dominance over women and even men, which promotes a primitive perception of manly characteristics. Especially in Malaysia, when men find it hard to understand that they fall victim to sexual violence or sexual gender-based violence, and ultimately creating an unhealthy expectations among themselves and even society. This is according to an interview done by a Malaysian member NGO of an NGO called Good Shepherd. Overall, as an outcome of all the factors mentioned, it creates this mask and curtains that hides male victimization, and at the end of the day, becoming anything that's related to weakness or femininity is feared amongst men. As for the how factor, the first point to consider is incompatibility of masculinity and vulnerability. Basically, falling victimhood to sexual gender-based violence seems like categorizing a man as similar to a woman, or anything that's related to femininity. It makes a man feel bad about himself psychologically. So basically, it prevents him from reporting or seeking help or identifying victimization. For example, serial rapist Reynard Senega, who raped and sexually assaulted 206 men in the span of 2 years, 2015 and 17. The BBC reported that 60 of those men still remain unidentified in the year 2020. Another illustration is during the refugee crisis in Rohingya. A refugee claimed that a Myanmar military raped and tortured a number of them And as well as the fact that he claimed that he was not alone, there was also witness accounts that reported there was torture of male private parts, but the victims were ashamed to admit it or didn't even realize the things they experienced were sexual gender-based violence, and this is according to the new humanitarian reports. Another point to consider is the lack of institutional acknowledgement, whereby only a few international organizations or NGOs focus on this issue. In a study by Del Zotto and Jones 2002, 60 NGOs were examined on reports of wartime sexual abuse, and only 2 featured men and boys. Interestingly, sexual gender-based violence against men and boys and LGBTIQ was only just recently been reported by the ICRC on 3rd February 2022, titled "That Never Happened Here." Another example is the patriarchy. The older generation's upbringing, such as traditional masculinity ideas, results in men being too ashamed to report sexual assault because it violated their ideas of manhood. Hence, NGOs won't be able to acknowledge this particular problem when men themselves can't even report the problem or can't even identify themselves as victims. Hence, without reports and data, NGOs can't acknowledge the problem. A narrow focus on women is also another factor to consider, whereby there is a need to re-evaluate the understanding of sexual gender-based violence. It is not only a female problem, but rather everyone's. And just to be clear, this is not an argument against the feminists. In fact, it promotes gender equality. Female injustices and oppression can be seen throughout history. The outright injustices many experience adds motivation for protecting and empowering women. That's why we have this forum here. Sexual gender-based violence should be viewed as a gender-neutral phenomenon, so that at the end of the day, male victims do not feel ignored, and more NGOs and institutions should acknowledge this particular problem. As mentioned before, it's difficult for men to report themselves because of the fear of ostracization from their community and society. And when society is more open about this problem, similar when we see it done with women, it can be treated as similar as well. Finally is the lack of recognition in domestic laws. International laws and NGOs like the ICRC recognize sexual violence as gender neutral. However, this does not apply to other countries such as Malaysia. How can sexual and gender-based violence be punished if domestic sexual violence laws don't recognize it? Domestic laws, according to ICRC, should avoid gender-based exclusion of sexual violence victims and survivors. For example, in Malaysia, women are the only ones that can fall victim to rape. Rape is sexual contact with a woman without her consent. According to the Malaysian Penal Code 377D, in Malaysia, a man can be convicted of rape but not recognized as a victim. Malaysia is such a patriarchal society that it does not even acknowledge male rape victims. Another example is that Malaysia outlaws sodomy. Malaysia Penal Code 377A, oral and anal sex, regardless of gender, is illegal. Regardless of consent, a person can be convicted. Punishment includes 20 years and also whipping, and male rape victims are also at risk of countercharges because of the act of sodomy. Now going towards the when section, or in a way, when does this particular phenomenon happen? A point to consider is impunity and anarchy. When perpetrators can get away with sexual violence, it is difficult to seek justice without law and order. Perpetrators can get away with their actions and sexual urges, which also means it is difficult for other men to seek the right institution for help and justice. Another point is the lack of information. NGOs and institutions that cater for women and men should make it very clear that they cater for all sexes. For Malaysia, an example, Women's Center for Change, WCC, mentions they occasionally receive male victims. Another illustration is Women's Aid Organization, WAO, which does not mention any sort of services or data catering to men, similar seen in the WCC. However, the official services such as counseling and outreach on their website does not have a section for men specifically. The fact that they only mention children and women is another problem, implying that men can't be victimized. Especially in the patriarchal settings in Malaysia, it is difficult for men to approach NGOs in Malaysia when they are not clear about providing services for both sexes, regardless of age. Another point to consider is patriarchy and masculinity. Patriarchy refers to the gender-based relationship in which men and women are treated differently. Patriarchy is a social system built on unequal social ties. Under patriarchy, attribute perceived as feminine are viewed as a weaker gender attribute. In contrast, patriarchal masculinity promotes masculinity as inherently superior to femininity. This contributes to the perpetration of gender inequality. Even prominent feminist theorists believe that it is the heart of sexual gender-based violence against women and girls, and even men and boys. Finally, it is an attribute that disproves the notion that males can be vulnerable or weak. Now going towards the where section, Malaysia, for example, have complicated laws, particularly in regards to the fact that men are not legally recognized as rape victims. The sodomy laws may also appear discriminatory to the LGBTIQ community. Official statistics from the Royal Malaysia Police, PDRM, do not include a number or statistics on rape reports for male. However, on sexual harassment include both male and female victims. This is because sexual harassment is now just legally considered as gender neutral, thanks to a recently introduced sexual harassment bill last year in 2021, which expanded on the previous Sexual Harassment Act. Finally, only a few organizations such as AWAM, All Women's Action Society, are willing to share their statistics, especially on male sexual gender-based violence. Other examples of where this phenomenon could occur are in prison and captivity. Sexual and gender-based violence are pervasive problems in prison, according to Wolf and Shi, 2010. For example, in Balkan Wars, in Bosnian detention camps, according to a study by Carpenter, 2015, there were regular reports of sexual and gender-based violence amongst prisoners and guards, and amongst guards themselves. Until this day, most victims were not identified and have not sought justice due to the fact of the stigma that carries around as a victim. They were just too ashamed of it. Another example is seen in Xinjiang internment camps in China. There are no exact numbers given, but there are reports and stories of men and young boys being regularly raped by the guards. This is because in this particular situation, men and young boys are even less likely to report these crimes because they fear being labeled as homosexual and unmasculine. Thus also in the situation of conflict, where sexual gender-based violence is used as a weapon against men and boys, where men and boys are tortured or emasculated or homosexualized or too feminized. And at the end of the day, this results into men and boys being hesitant to report as sexual gender-based victims. An example of this, the Russian-Ukraine war, where most of the victims are unwilling to report, according to a study by Mandel, 2022. Now, what can we do as a society? As a recommendation, firstly is by unlearning stereotypical gender social roles. People, and especially children, should avoid social influencers that promote stereotypical gender roles. Third is to promote gender-neutral attributes in the media and ads. Fourth is to integrate gender in relevant subjects as a part of formal education in schools. And last and finally is to advocate a gender-neutral laws that does not exclude other genders. In sum, or in conclusion, the provided evidence demonstrates that men and boys can be targets of sexual and gender-based violence. However, due to the aforementioned difficulties, it is difficult to study this unfortunate phenomenon, as male victims are often reluctant to report such cases, since most scholars still consider it as a silent, hidden, or tip of the iceberg crisis, implying that more work is needed to fully comprehend this notion. Thank you.
네, 알렉시 발표는 성폭력을
Yes, Mr. Alex said that this sexual violence is not a problem pertaining just to women. It applies to both the sexes of men and women. So the Malaysian delegation chose to make a video presentations, although they are present here in person. I'd like to know if Professor Ayasa would like to make a comment, perhaps through video or live. Yes, please go ahead to make a comment.
Okay, thank you very much. Before I start my comment, I'd like to give the floor to Noor Abiana to say a few words about her presentation, and followed by Alec.
Hello. Assalamualaikum and hello everyone. My name is Nur Abiana binti Abdul Latif. The reason we chose this topic because in Malaysia, people think that being married under 18 is a norm. However, they didn't realize the consequences of the issue might be have on to the child in the future. And lastly, I hope that the advocacy work of the NGOs in Malaysia, like the Sabah Women's Action Resource Group or SAWO, can be more successful. Thank you. That's all from me.
Hello, everyone. Firstly, I'd like to thank every guest who are present here, as well as the guests of honors and sponsors of this event. Firstly, as a group, we wanted to know the extent of sexual gender-based violence, especially on the spanning it towards gender as well, or other parts of the world as well. And part of this research group has actually interviewed a couple of social workers as well. And we gave like a number of questionnaires, but sadly we weren't able to get typical answers. But we did manage an interview with a member of Good Shepherd Services, a member that has 12 to 15 years of experience under her belt. So she actually validates our findings that sexual gender-based violence actually continues to happen amongst men and boys in Malaysia. And this organization has been helping victims of sexual-based violence in men and boys, but isn't exactly reporting it publicly. So other than the fact that it is a hidden crisis, it also shows that the patriarchy culture not only exploits women, but also men and boys at the end of the day. But yeah, that's all for me. Thank you.
Okay. Again, I'd like to greet everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And thank you again to the organizers for inviting us from University Malaysia Sabah. Our appreciation to our host, the NGO History Forum for East Asia and the Women's Human Rights Institute. For our research projects from Malaysia, we figured that we wanted to do something that is quite relevant, to young people. These are the topics that are often discussed by our students in the university. So we've agreed to pursue these two research projects. And because of the limitations for actual interviews, besides the desk review or online reviews that they have conducted, the closest that they could get to secondary sources would be online interviews with NGOs and other experts. So we've also invited some friends from ICRC, the International Committee on the Red Cross, that explained to us the recent report published recently in February 2022, and that's how Alex Group got inspired to doing the topic on the underreporting of sexual and gender-based violence among boys and men. And as Nur Abiana have mentioned, the topic of child marriage is actually a pretty, it's a pretty new topic. It's not that it's a new topic, it's even an old practice, but for the past 5 years, this is really an important issue for many of the NGO community in Sabah. So we are really happy to be able to share with you the insights from the work of civil society in Sabah. And hopefully through this research project, we also get to inspire more of our students who are watching us today so that they can continue and explore these topics that are not only human rights, but are very important learnings for us, especially if we want to deconstruct, deconstruct the violence that happens in our society, and if we want to continue our work of building peace. Okay, so again, thank you very much, and we would like to end our presentation from Malaysia. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 새로운 내용의 새로운
Thank
형식의
you
발표
very much.
준비해 주신
Thank you for
말레이시아
approaching this
감사드립니다.
issue with a very new, refreshing format. Thank you for your time.
행사가 딜레이가 많이 되면 어떡하나.
I was very concerned that there'd be a lot of delays incurred to this youth forum, but everything's on time. We have the last presenters to would take the stage. From Bangladesh, Hosna Azmi, Rofli Chakma, and Mikio Uishid. Please take the center stage as we get ready to begin the presentation.
The Bangladesh team divided 20 students from the 5 countries attending the Asian Women's University into 6 teams and examined the patriarchal patterns that remained as a practice in their respective countries over the 4 months under Professor Oshi's guidance. And among the 6 teams, the Afghanistan-Bangladesh mixed team attends today, and because they showed the greatest achievement, and they were selected as a presenting team. Hello, everybody. Well, I think you waited a long time until your order at the very end. Everything that's drastic always leads to a great tragedy. The Bangladesh team discusses the impact of the Taliban occupation on the education of Afghan women. And now we will listen to the presentation.
Greeting, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. My name is Hosna Azimi, and my teammate Lohari Chakma. We are going to represent Asian University for Women, Bangladesh Chittagong, and we are going to discuss the topic, a very interesting topic, which is the impact of Taliban takeover on education of Afghan women. So we are going to discuss the introduction, the first number. Okay, next slide. We are going to discuss the introduction, background, international laws that ensures education is for everybody, and current situation of Afghanistan, patriarchal impact on Afghan women education, the economic impact on the Afghan women's education, and the influence of neighboring countries, that how they can have significant influence on the education of Afghans, and some points of view of Taliban and sufferer as well, the students. And then coming to the conclusion. Next slide. So currently, as we all know, that on 15th August 2021, Taliban take over control in Afghanistan, and we are noticing that women are the only one which they are suffer the restrictions of basic human rights and education, these things. So the Taliban's de facto administration has already banned secondary schools on women's. And also the insecurity, lack of girls' school, and declining the international aids for education. These are only one side of the challenges. And the other side, the conservative of mindset of Taliban are actually the shape forming of the patriarchy in the society. And many other countries, they have stopped their supporting funds to Afghanistan, and that is causing very economic catastrophe to the country. And we will discuss the role play of Bangladesh, Pakistan, China, and Russia, that how they can influence on Afghan women education. Next slide. So in the background, let's go to the history. Let's go to the back and see that how Taliban were in 1996 to 2001. The first invasion of Taliban, we will see that they had banned secondary and higher education for women, which we actually see that currently is also going the same. That in 2021, which last year they took power, we see that around 80% of secondary schools are being banned on Afghan women, which approximately is 3 million girls, which they are going to be uneducated in the future. And also, these Taliban, they are trying to have influence with the social media. They are saying to just get the international attention, but they are not doing what they promised to the country and to the people. Next slide. Here we can see that some international laws that they ensure education is for everybody. According to the Article 26 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, they say that education human rights and basic freedoms is mandatory for everyone, but Taliban are ignoring it. And also the United Nations Declaration on Human Rights Education and Training, they also say that everyone has the right to know, seek, and to receive information, and to get education equally. But these are the laws that Taliban are ignoring it completely. Next slide. So now let's see that are the social media spreading the right news or no? So we can see that on 17th of 2021, Taliban announced that the schools will get open for everyone, and the students were so happy that they are going to the schools and getting education as normally. But on the day which they went to school, only boys were allowed to enter to the schools, not women, not girls. So this is very disappointing that we are living in the 21st century and seeing that a country is facing like restriction on basic human rights is really disappointing. And also, moreover, about this, women, they did not stop their dream and education. So besides this, they were trying to go to learning centers in order to gain knowledge. But Taliban are doing violations against them. Next slide, please. In this picture, we will see that in 13th September of 2022, this year, one explosion happened to one of the learning center in Kabul city, which almost 200 students have been killed during these explosions. So basically, Taliban are completely against education, especially for women. They say that women are not allowed to gain knowledge totally. Next slide, please. So now we are considering that what are the reasons. So one reason can be the patriarchal impact, how patriarchal can shape to these things. So it has been permeated with masculine values such as honor, justice, and hostility. The Taliban are saying that only men are allowed to gain knowledge, only men are allowed to go to the society and do jobs and function and handle their families, not women. Women, they have to stay at home, nothing they can do. And also the misunderstanding the concept of Islam, they are considering as a weapon for their patriarchal support. And they consider the education is a Western culture, which it's going to have a negative impact to their culture. These are the basic ideas that a patriarchy is getting shaped in a society. Next slide, please. So here we are comparing the three recent leaders, that how they were governing the country and how they caused that patriarchy get shaped in the country. So during Hamid Karzai government, so we are comparing the democracy, literacy, and security. That during his period, the democracy was good, literacy was good, but security was average. Although it was not good, but it was on average. During Ashraf Ghani period, the democracy was good, the literacy was good, and also the security was completely poor. That it shifted to get the democracy policy into the patriarchy. And Taliban are doing such, which the democracy currently is completely poor, and education is below average, which is declining day by day by their restrictions. And about the security, it's not clear. We don't know, because Taliban are not trustworthy. What they give promise to the social media, but actually they are not doing those promises. I would like to hand over the rest to my teammates, Hyeryoung Chakma.
Next slide, please. Economic impact of Afghan women's education. Millions of dollars in lost income, rising cost, and the collapse of the country's banking system generate a massive economic drawback, rendering the country inoperable. So Afghanistan's economy was deteriorating before Taliban takeover. On August 15, 2021, suffering from severe drought, the COVID-19 pandemic, then declining confidence in the previous governing, Taliban advances in the battlefield. So then came the abrupt cutoff, civilian and security aid more than $8 billion, equivalent to 40% of Afghanistan's GDP, which was after Taliban second invasion. So the Taliban have closed the vast majority girls' secondary school due to this economic crisis, as they say. So this combined with the poverty that has made it difficult for the girls to attend the few remaining girls' school has increased the danger of child marriage. Then education in Afghanistan is heavily reliant on international aid, effect which Taliban does not really readily acknowledge. So this raises the questions that whether the Taliban adequately understand how essential this support to maintain access to education. Then freezing of $7 billion of the total assets of the Afghan Central Bank in New York has caused scarcity in catering to the country's educational needs. So here's the USA has made one condition. So if the Taliban don't provide equal rights to every every people in Afghanistan, USA won't unfreeze these national assets to Afghanistan, which is causing severe economic catastrophe in the country since Taliban didn't promise to fulfill this condition. Next slide, please. So here is the influence of neighboring countries on Afghan women's education, starting with Bangladesh. An Asian University for Women is providing significant amount of scholarship to Afghan women students, which will be 500 scholarship by 2023. So it has started graduate programs by focusing on students from Afghanistan, which started this year. The total students right now is 170. So then Pakistan. Pakistan is providing scholarships and free education. For instance, Allama Muhammad Iqbal organization is providing 4,500 scholarships, which will be from 2022 to 2032. Next slide, please. Then Russia and China. Although Russia and China is still quite regarding this situation right now in Afghanistan, they're more likely to be focusing on the abundance of natural resources. But in general, Russia and China is providing some scholarship in general to Afghan students. And China is willing to provide economic support with no string attached, ensuring that it is on the list of foreign powers to whom the Taliban are most likely to listen. Then these countries, what we have observed is that these two powerful countries will be, might be involved, may involved in future if they build a strong relationship with Taliban, de facto government of Taliban. So then next slide, please. Taliban's statement on women's education. So what's the difference between the Taliban's two takeover regarding women's education? Right now, the difference between two invasion of Taliban is the torture and restriction was visible right then, but now they are trying out to control the media. Then the way they are putting the issue of education is more likely they are buying time from the media with no progress. When the Taliban took power on August 2021, they announced that education for both boys and girls beyond the 6th grade would be suspended, but would resume after Afghan New Year, which is March 23, 2022. But it passed the date, still no progress. Taliban are convincing the world that they are not opposing women's education. The spokesperson of Taliban, who is Zabiullah Mujahid, said that primary schools and universities are open for girls. In some provinces, secondary schools from 6 to 12 can go to school, but there are some issues that they are facing and they are trying to solve as soon as possible. These problems are the religion scholars have some issues with the girls' safety, safety of girls traveling to and from schools. Furthermore, the decision of opening education for girls cannot be made based on the Kabul situation. Following up, the Taliban stated that they have to consider the situation of some provinces and villages where the family doesn't want their girls to go to schools and universities. So he strongly said that education in Afghanistan is decided by the people and the body of the religious scholars. There have been some problems that have been brought by the religious scholars. So the government does not want any kind of issues with religious scholars right now in order to maintain the unity. On the other hand, it was mentioned by the spokesperson that when they came into power, there were a lot of problems and they didn't have the means to solve them. These things take time. Next slide, please. Coming to the point of view of the female students, a survey was conducted within the Asian University for women students, only Afghan students, where individual interviews were taken to establish valid argue for secondary sources. So out of 100 students, 95% of the students reacted to negative progress on girls' education since 2021. 60 out of 100 students have shown concerns regarding tertiary education, which they emphasized that around 41.7% of universities are closed in Kabul city, which is the national capital. So here they're exactly saying the opposite. The girls are still protesting to open the school and for their rights to education. Still they are hoping for the light when they will enjoy their basic human rights to education. Although the Taliban officially stated that they no longer oppose girls' education, very few Taliban officially actually permit girls to attend school past puberty. Next slide, please. Education is for all, and women are not different from this statement. So without it, they are at increased risk of violence, abuse, and exploitation, including child marriage. For the sake of girls' survival of Afghanistan and for the future of this country, many international NGOs are calling on the Taliban to immediately allow girls to go to school. It appeared in early 2022 that women's education was a go. Yet, despite international pressure and promised resources from the international community, on March 23, 2022, the Taliban leadership announced that girls' schools would not open. Many young women and their families were shocked by the news of the Taliban. And if Taliban bans education, the expected consequences in the near future of the women in Afghanistan will be there will be less educated women in Afghanistan. The participation of women in society will be decreased. Child marriage will increase for sure. Economic backwardness will increase, which will hamper the development of the country. Neighboring countries may influence the Taliban current education policy. As it was mentioned before, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Russia, and China are giving opportunities to study there. The main point here is as long as the Taliban is making the wrong decision about education policies for women and girls, there is no chance of having educated women in Afghanistan and the development of this country. Since the Taliban are now the ruler of Afghanistan, the future is in their hands. And for which strong organization, powerful countries, should force them to make the right decision about it. Thank you. Next slide, please.
Since Taliban took over, the Taliban has actually made it impossible for women to receive education. Now, can I ask Professor Miyojo to deliver a comment?
Thank you, participants, for listening to our presentation. So it's about the current situation of Afghanistan, especially the plight of the young girls in the age of the secondary education. So since the Taliban's take over, this is second time take over by the Taliban after 20 years of separation, gap. Anyway, so just I would like to briefly explain our university, Asia University for women's participation for this program. So initially we have a lot of the students who showed interest in this project, and after the process of brainstorming, we eventually created 6 mostly country-based teams actually, and in total 20 students participated in this project. So these 6 teams are the Afghanistan, Bangladesh team, and this team, and then also from basically these teams are country-based team actually, and then the one common basic question is: in what forms does patriarchy appear in AUW students' home country? So we are interested how this patriarchy, this is I think the common problem in Asian countries in particular. So how this patriarchy appear, in what form in AUW student home country. So because of this, mostly basically country-based teams has been created. First one I already say, a mixed team, Afghanistan and Bangladesh. And then there are two teams from Bangladesh. And then one team Myanmar, and one team Sri Lanka, and one team Syria. So AUW even accept Syria. Also Syria, as you know, the country devastated by the conflict that one taking more than 10 years already continuing. So anyway, so we are interested in the different forms of patriarchy appearing in their own home country. So anyway, so as a result, of course, we have learned a lot, and this patriarchy, how this patriarchy appears. This one, quite a lot. So okay, I'm focusing on Afghanistan, Bangladesh teams. So this team has reviewed the ongoing problems the Afghanistan young girls, especially the secondary education girls, are facing since the Taliban's takeover for the second time. And previously, okay, before the takeover last year, and previous these two governments employed secularism. So because of this, and the young girls enjoy the educational opportunities in the countries for roughly 20 years, past 20 years, until the last August. Then the Taliban take over. Then Taliban in the first takeover, as they explained, and the Taliban completely excluded young girls in the first takeover. And the basic idea, home is the only place, and for women in Afghanistan. For the second takeover, maybe they have learned a little bit. Maybe they are more conscious about the international community and their view. So they are kind of a bit softening up, and they say, officially say, and don't worry, and we will also provide opportunities for young women. But actually, so far, what's happening since last August, so that they already found still this old idea. I think this is the old idea of patriarchy in Afghanistan, and that we may have no place in the public space, and only home is a place for them. So this also continue. So because of this and the big problem, especially because of the kind of bottle gap in the secondary education, because most of the secondary education schools are closed for the girls, and maybe the university may be okay, but still university has a lot of problem, and many of the academic staff already fled from the country, and they are also a bit afraid. Also it's quite difficult for these young girls to continue their education into the tertiary level. So anyway, the short-term stopgap measures are, among them are, and our university came out to offer the scholarship for those young girls who wants to enter university. So we have, as they say, so far we have accepted 170 students from Afghanistan, and then I think the next year 500, right? New arrivals, and we will accept. And also the surrounding countries are helping in their own way to accepting the students and the scholarship. But this is a stopgap only for short term, not fundamental solutions. So I think that mid-term and long-term solution should be more systematic, positive influence from the surrounding countries. And Afghanistan is surrounded by many countries, right? And we think China and Russia should eventually exercise strong influence for the Taliban to open up their mind. And their mind is very, very narrow, and mixed with the traditional value system, patriarchy of Afghanistan, plus their own very peculiar interpretation of Islam, right? And hopefully these two countries and exert a positive influence on the Taliban. And of course, these two countries, Russia and China, and in these countries, women have a very important role, of course, and the professionals, doctors, teachers, academics, or directors, whatever. So we just hope and for the positive result. I don't think the Taliban is the same as the so-called jihadist, or I don't think Taliban is almost that is the same as the Islamic State or Al Qaeda. And some people have some wrong impression that they are Islamic extremists and their eventual goal is to re-establish the caliphate in that, but I don't think so. I think they ultra conservative, representing the traditional idea, norms, values of Afghanistan. So I think there's a room for them to learn, actually, under the positive influence from the surrounding countries. So we are looking for this future, actually. And then for the short time, and our university is playing on our small way to help the young girls who wants to study. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much.
Well, I can see that there are many different inequalities in place. And I've heard that when you talk about economic inequality, it's going to have a temporary impact on people. If there is educational inequality, it's going to have an impact throughout one's life. So depriving someone of education is really depriving someone of the possibility about their future. So this is a serious infringement of human rights. I'd like to thank the Bangladesh team for their excellent presentation. Thank you for your time. And we have just concluded the presentations and comments of the mentors from 5 countries. And we don't have any questions from the chat box in the online, on the online platform. So we give the exclusive opportunity to the audience on the floor. Please pose a question to any of the presenters. Please make sure that you identify the person you want to ask the question to. And then we'll have the microphone delivered to the presenters. Please respond in your seated positions. If you have any question, please raise your hand and we'll have the microphone delivered to you.
네.
Thank you very much. My name is Kim Hyoungjoong of Seoul Women's University. I'd like to extend my appreciation to the organizers for arranging this event. I want to ask a question to all the 5 presenters, so let me just be very quick. I start with the Korean team. This is not really a question, more of a comment to the Korean team. And you related the Me Too movement to the Japanese military comfort women issue. And then since 1990s, there's been a series of movements being carried out against the sexual violence. And I think more emphasis on this aspect would have been more recommended. For example, in 1993, we had the Professor Shin case and also Bo-eun case in the early 1990s, and there's been some legislation efforts for the Gender Equality in Employment Act, and also there's been the various NGO, the women's activist groups that have been operating very actively, and it is against the efforts of all these movements and activities that we were able to see the Me Too movement emerge in quite recently, and I think it kind of overlapped with the Me Too movement of the United States and also the Kim Hak-soo's testimony as well. And question in this regard, perhaps in a way, the comfort women issue is something many young people sympathize with, and I think the Me Too movement was motivated them, but I also believe that Seoul, the ferry incident, had an impact on the women, young generation women, because the state was not able to protect the individuals, and it was quite evident through the Seoul incident, and I feel that a lot of people just sympathize with the comfort women issue, taking that as an opportunity.
And you, in the Japanese case, you studied Baebonggi, and you also introduced some activities in Okinawa which I could not have, I could not visit. Well, in the video, you showed a tomb with these crosses, the cemetery. The crosses, it's not something that's easily seen in the Japanese society, so I was curious why you showed that image. And also, in the case of the Philippines, not on the Philippines. I'm sorry, I'm taking too much time. For the Malaysian presentation, one was on the child marriage custom. Well, there has long been a tradition. Well, was it a long tradition, or is it a kind of a resurrection of the past custom? Because you said that there is a greater need for the rural development activities. And is it related to the global new international order's resurrection? So this means that it's not just a rural issue or traditional issue, and maybe it might require some perspective from the international order. And also on Malaysia,
with regards to the sodomy, you said that this is illegal. You talked about the illegality. This is the influence from the British rule before World War II. And for the Afghanistan,
whenever I listen to the Taliban news, I always feel very complicated. For our students, the students may think that the Islam culture is very masculine-oriented and has a violent practice against women. But just as the professor has mentioned, the Taliban came into its ruling because of a very complicated historical background, because of the Afghanistan ruling and the Cold War regime between the U.S. and the Soviet Union, and that was how Taliban grew its power. And unless we understand these underlying factors, we may misunderstand that Islamic is a very outdated culture that has only a focus on masculinity. So I would like to ask the opinions of the students, if you do have any opinions on this issue. I apologize for taking too long.
So your question goes to the 4 presenters, with the exception of one country. And I just wonder what would happen if we received the online question as well. And I don't think you have designated a specific presenter, but I think for the Korean question, the students may find it quite difficult to respond. So Yuk-Sung-hee, the Professor Yuk-Sung-hee, would you like to respond? Yes, thank you very much for this excellent question. I would have liked our students to respond to the question, but I don't think they're ready, not quite. And as a supervisor, perhaps it's my responsibility to respond to a question. And I agree to your point of view. When having raised this topic, we wanted to look at the past and present of the human rights movement for women. So I wanted to look at the Korean situation and look at the women's human rights situation. And we depicted the representative cases, and that is why we chose the 2 main topics. And we were just given a short time frame, and therefore we felt that we need to look at the context on the basis of which these issues have been raised. So I think we were kind of limited in being confined to those subjects as we begin the presentation. So I understand that the feminist movement has led to the testimony of Kim Hak-soon, and also the reboot of the feminism has led to a boom in the feminism and then the backlash, and then this has led to the Me Too movement. So this is a whole process, and we have to look at these 2 issues in a very big picture, and we need to look at how the women's human rights have the change over the years, evolved over the years in this long process. I do understand your point of view, and I do agree that students have to reflect that as well. So we focus perhaps too much on the main subject, and therefore we are not able to look into this topic in a more bigger context. On the Seoul ferry incident, I have not quite thought about that. I have not given much thought to the relationship to the Seoul incident and women's human rights issue, but I do believe that when it comes to the responsibility and obligations of a state to protect its national people, I think there is an overarching the point that we should pay attention to. And I do believe that when it comes to the various phenomena that occurs in the Korean society, maybe we should look in a more bigger picture. And I think it's a very important perspective that we should reflect in the future. And this is going to be very helpful for the students as well. I'll do my best to better supervise my students with your advice. Thank you very much. Yes, it was a very succinct summary and response to the question. Next, let's go to Japan.
Will Professor Kato give the answer, or the students?
お墓についての質問だと思うんですけれども、あの場所は泊外人墓地という場所で、出てきたお墓は
You asked about the crosses and the cemetery.
という人のお墓です。慰安婦問題と直接的な関係はないんですけれども、
cemetery. It's the burial of the person called Miriam Board. And we visited that place because that was where one of the perpetrators of the comfort woman was buried there. It was in 1884. There were 2 Navy members, naval officers, and that arrived at Okinawa, and they attacked a civilian house, and they were the perpetrators of sexual violence, and then the villagers threw stones to those attackers, and was how the person William Board was killed and fell into the sea. And this was a sexual violence crime in 1854, so we thought it was relevant, and that was why we visited that site. Thank you very much. We'll listen to the reply from Malaysia. It was...
We had 2 questions, one for Nurushi and one for Alexei.
Actually, child marriage in Malaysia is a traditional practice, and it was, as we presented before, that in Muslim law, the Sharia law, it stated that Muslim boys can get married at the age of 18, and for Muslim girls, they can get married in 16 years old. So the data that recorded in Malaysia, the Muslim child marriage is the highest in our country. So, and for the customary law, there was not exactly the exact data because it's under-reporting. So we didn't know actually what is the percentage, the real percentage, yes, the data that not recorded. So that's why in country, that's why all the NGOs in Malaysia try to end this child marriage for the future of the child. Yeah. Thank you.
So as for the sodomy law, it is true that it is inherited from the British colonial laws, and this is actually a very common practice for ex-British colonial countries. However, there are a number or a few NGOs trying to revoke these laws. However, it still stands to this day. As you can see, it contradicts to modern Malaysia as well. But as mentioned before, the new sexual harassment law bill, as I mentioned in my presentation, the bill was actually recently was actually motivated and written by women association groups or women's rights groups as well. And we can see more women are actually fighting for even men and boys problems, as you can see today. So anyways, that's all from me, and that's for Malaysia. Thank you.
네, 마지막으로 방글라데시
Last,
팀에
we'd like to ask for the answer from the Bangladesh team.
교수님께서 답변해 주시나요?
Will Professor Aimee give you?
여기
Ayesha gives a
조명 때문에 잘안
reply.
보여서요. 네.
I would like to answer the question on behalf of our team. So the question was that are the Taliban considering masculinity only based on Islam and they're restricting women? So basically their idea is completely wrong, and they are brainwashed from the beginning. And as we interviewed some students in our university, so their classes, they are saying that Taliban are very low classes. So that is why they just want to rule like that. But they came with the new strategy to rule the country. For example, if we see that Ashraf Ghani, the leader, so he gave the land completely without anything to the Taliban's hand. Maybe the strategy is that they remove all the ethnicity from the country, and in order to Afghanistan stay only for the Taliban, considering for Pashtuns only. That's it. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 시간은
Well, thank you very much. I think our time is up, but perhaps it may not be fair that we just give opportunity for one person to raise a question. So let me just give one more opportunity for the audience. Do you have any questions? Well, I was able to listen to the students' presentations. It was a great learning experience for me. I thank you for all your efforts. I applaud all your achievements. And I have a question for Japan.
In Japan, the students were interested in the comfort women issue and conducted studies and also made efforts to release it publicly. I understand that in Japan today, the anti-Korean sentiment is very strong. Discrimination and also violence against the students in the Chosun school is also increasing in number. And Fight for Justice website, as you introduced, or in other projects that you introduced, I want to know about whether you students were influenced by rightist groups or were at times threatened by such rightist groups. So I wanted to know whether there were any such cases during the study. Yes, I'd like to ask the Japanese team to give the answer. Let me give the answer. When you are in Japan, it is true that you can frequently hear the term anti-Korean or anti-Japanese. There could be rightist discourses or historical denial discourses, and that is true. In my activity, well, I did explain that we published a book, and when we published the book, we were even called that we are the members of an anti-Japanese seminar, and at the Amazon bookstore in Japan, we are allowed to write reviews. And one of the review was about historical denialism, and it was a negative review. And also, not only do we receive threats by the rightist group, but of course, some people empathize with the contents. Though there won't be many chances to learn about these facts at school, many people, after reading the book, said that they understood this issue and now feel empathy for it. So it's not that there are only rightist reactions.
I said this was his last question, but then again, I had eye contact with a member of the audience who wanted to raise a question, so please be very brief. Yes, I hope you can hear me. I have a question for the presenters from the Philippines. Professor Bonnet talked about his activities in detail. But when it comes to the comparable issue, when we think about this issue, we tend to believe that it's a very serious issue in Korea, China, Taiwan, and the Philippines. So in the Philippines, you have been very active, and I understand that a lot of research efforts are needed in the Philippines, but also engaging with civil society movement, it will be very important. And also your relationship with the government will be very important, because the Philippines' relationship with Japan needs to be considered as well. So when it comes to civil society organizations' activities and the research efforts in the academia, can you tell us how active the efforts are, and tell us about the solidarity movement that you have with the Korean movement as well? So please tell us about the NGO situation in the Philippines, academia, and your solidarity with the Korean organizations.
Funny you should ask that, because we have solidarity with the History NGO Forum for Peace in East Asia, which is our most solid relationship. And in the beginning, I had paid tribute to Nelia Sancho, because she was one of the most active leaders in civil society, advancing not only the Philippine position on the comfort women issue, but as well as other issues. But she had just recently died, and there are no identified successors. As well as Richie, who was the original liaison for Lila Filipina. So we hope that her successor, Sharon Silva, will step up to the plate. I think we are now in a period of transition where the next generation of leaders in government, the corporate sector, and the nonprofit sector are beginning to realize that this issue is not over. Of course, when I say issue, I mean a policy dispute. There's no policy dispute as far as the comfort women is concerned, because we have lots of policies. So precisely why we apply the whole of society approach is to remind the three generations, Generation X, Generation Y, and Generation Z, that it's your turn. So we are hoping that there will be more action at the village or barangay level, as well as the different national government agencies. And for example, Sungho, as you know, there's the Rotary Club. They may be quiet politically, but behind the scenes, socially, they're very active. So it's not always overtly political. For many NGOs, their effectiveness lies in the social scene and the professional scene, rather than the political scene. And of course, as a final comment, we must put money where our mouth is. That is why we have raised the framework of gender-responsive budgeting. Because there's 5% of the budget of every government agency is reserved for gender and development. But we want to see that used to address the legacy of the comfort women. So that's the newest struggle. But of course, it's a lot of groundwork that is not seen. In fact, we prefer to fly under the radar. Thank you.
네, 권한대가스님 상세한 답변 감사드립니다.
Thank you for the detailed explanation. Well, since we are from many countries, so I'm sure that we have so many things to add, but unfortunately, due to time constraints, I think we will have to conclude a Q&A. But as a matter of fact, if we have some room for things to add on, I think we'll then look forward to the following meeting. And now, as we prepared for the Asia Youth Forum, there have been many mentors and mentees that have worked for a very long period of time. And as we listen to your presentations and comments, we could have a better understanding and an indirect experience of the gender situation in Asia. So if we wrap up the achievements of the Asia Youth Forum first, in the preparation stage, the youth members took part, and they were part of it in the workshops and also took part in the actual presentations. And the youth themselves asked questions and provided solutions for gender-based violence in Asia. And thirdly, though it may seem we are in different situations, we must work together to create a peaceful world. I think these could be the three achievements we have made. Human rights and global peace should be a commitment that we should never give up and continue to expand our solidarity through this gathering. And I'd like to thank the Women's Human Rights Institute of Korea Research Institute of Japanese Military Sexual Slavery for providing this meaningful venue, as well as the executives and the staff of the History NGO Forum for Peace, as well as the mentors and mentees, as well as the staff members. And as I sit here, I see people that I couldn't see when I was sitting on the floor. If you could please look back in the back, you see the staff members sitting behind the stage. Without them, I think this conference could never have been proceeding smoothly. And in that black booth, nobody, and you see these interpreters that have helped with the communications. So could you please also share with a big round of applause? And also, I looked toward the presenters on that side, and I also saw one more person that was interpreting all day long. I want to thank our sign language interpreter as well. Thank you very much.
여성의 인권이 보다 향상된 가까운 미래 또 여러분들
I hope to see you once again with a better future for women's rights. And I'd like to thank you all. I was Kang Soo-jung.
Well, thank you very much of the students, mentor professors, and Professor Kang Soo-jung. We ask you to return to your seats. And this concludes all the programs we have prepared for the two-day conference, which began yesterday to end today. And the International Conference on Women's Human Rights and Peace was convened last year under the topic of the survivors of the Japanese military comfort women to lead a wave of justice and peace. And this year we have held a conference on the topic of war, colonialism, and violence against women. We wanted to reflect on the current contemporary meaning of the comfort women issue and overcome the misogyny and also the history denialist, and in seeking the ethics of peace and coexistence. We'd like to now invite closing remarks from Eugene Chung, the Chief Director of the Research Institute on Japanese Military Sexual Slavery at Women's Human Rights Institute of Korea. Please welcome her to the podium. Well, as was introduced, my name is Sung Eugene. And as was introduced, we have held the conference last year, and this is the second year to reflect on the current implications of the issue of the Japanese military comfort women to engage in a dynamic discussion. As I listened to the discussion, I felt as if several scenes from director Park Soonam's movie Silence overlapped with the discussion. Silence shows how the state and society deal with the voices of Japanese military comfort women survivors when they form their own organizations, independent of activists and volunteers, although there are also many other implications that the movie brings about. And also the subtitle of the movie, the film Silence, is Comfort Women Making a Rise. And this subtitle is often said to describe the situation of the victims who overcome the silence and standing up. However, if you think about it, I think about this. What if the survivors are not speechless because of their wounds? What if they have spoken, but the society has ignored and remained silent about the matter? What discussion should we start now? I want to pose a question like this to you. As was mentioned in many papers, Shirota Suzuko of Japan published a memoir in 1971. And Baebonggi revealed in 1975 that she was a Korean who came to Okinawa as a comfort woman. Their words were not accepted by the civil society organizations in Korea and Japan as a matter of wartime sexual violence at the time, because the society was not prepared with a perceptive attitude to listen to them. So the condition was not ripe enough for them to listen attentively to the words of those comfort women victims. In the keynote speech, Nastya Krasilnikova emphasized that the society must give survivors the belief that their own values of existence are not further compromised. And also, Ms. Lee Kyung-hee, who is based in Changwon City, emphasized in a speech that there can be no representative experiences in victim suffering, and that the generalizing wounds is not the path we, or they should be taking. It's not desirable for us or the society. Moreover, Professor Tomiyama raised the question of knowing, and he asked about the meaning of knowing, the meaning of the order in which the violence is practiced. I think it overlives in multiple layers, and he emphasized that point. He also said that realize the wounds of violence and treating it as someone else's business, and knowing with the shame, these are all very important attributes. Having listened to this speeches, I came to believe that the method of giving confidence to the survivors needs to be created through this discussion process. And I think that the important question of what kind of discussion should be proceeded for the comfort women issue is really important. Thank you for your time. In particular, since April, many people engaged in discussions, and our students are from Japan, Malaysia, Philippines, Bangladesh, and Korea. They presented the results after repeated discussions since last April. And having listened to all these presentations, I really could see this huge potential we have in having discussions over gender and also about violence. I could really feel the power that is embedded in all of our discussions. And I would also like to thank the professors who work with them as their mentors. I also thank the History NGO Forum for Peace in East Asia for organizing this discussion process. And I can't name everyone, but I'd like to thank Shaheen, the author who came all the way from Bangladesh to be here with us today. As we talk about war, the colonialism and violence against women, we came together to organize this two-day conference. And having listened to Shaheen's discussions with her translator, I was able to really see that their discussions, the dialogue, was the epitome of what we wanted to crystallize through our discussion today. And also I'd like to thank the efforts of all the interpreters who have made all these efforts for the simultaneous interpretation, sign language interpretation. Thank you for your efforts. And we want to see you again. I look forward to seeing you again in another forum. Thank you very much for your time.
네, 소장님 감사합니다.
Thank you, the Chief Director. This brings us to the close of the International Conference on Women's Rights and Peace. We thank you for being here with us throughout all these 2 days. I've been announcer Moon Hyun. Thank you for your time and goodbye.